Hello everybody, welcome back to the stream. It's going to be a Severa Saturday today. Thank you Red Watcher for mentioning this Stall Saturday thing. Yeah, we're back on the regular Lunatic Plus streams now. I'm kind of done with my testing that I needed to do and getting the footage that I needed for Stall. Starting a little bit early today. At this point, that's probably not out of the ordinary. I usually start like 10 minutes early. So this is our Severa that we've just recruited. Give me just one second. Actually, we have not recruited her yet. Recruiting her is going to be the difficult part. Anyway, we passed down speed +2, which is very good, and dual guard plus, which is very good. She also starts with Armsthrift and Patience. Patience gives her extra hit and avoid whenever she's being attacked, so it makes her better at enemy phasing, which synergizes very well with dual guard plus and Soul and Axebreaker. Armsthrift is okay. We'll probably unequip it at some point in the future, just for a skill that has more of an impact on actual combat. Hey Mike, hey Tricky, thanks for stopping by today. Unfortunately, the one thing I don't like about the Frederick, well, there's two things I don't like about having Frederick as a parent. Number one, it makes her a little bit slower. We're kind of counteracting this with speed +2, and either way, she's going to be replacing Frederick's role on the team, but unlike Frederick, she has better long-term viability because she can get Soul, and she's going to have speed +2, and she's going to be a little bit faster than Frederick. Having said that, Frederick as a father makes her a little bit slower than she would otherwise be, so it's a little bit of a trade-off. The other thing I don't like about having Frederick as her father is it gives her a very boring, regular brown hair color. But either way, in order to recruit her, unfortunately, we have to keep her alive for like a very long time. Her goal is to run towards these red enemies. I mean, she's a green unit, so you know what she's about. This is her life. Her goal is to run towards red units and get herself deleted from existence. My goal is to try everything that I can possibly do to keep her alive. And from what I've determined, I've played this game a lot. This map is very difficult to rush. Like, even if you have very strong units, it's almost impossible to rush through this map faster than Severa can get through the map on her own. So typically what I do is I just bring a bunch of rescue staves and I just keep pulling her back into the bottom corner so that she can't run into the enemies. We're going to do most of the fighting in this location right here. It works very well for us. We can kind of choke the enemies in this hallway and just grind them out. Tricky, you're heading out to an appointment, but you're going to hang out for about 10 minutes before you go. Well, it's good to see you. Hope your appointment goes well. Hello, Nice Kitty. Thank you for being here today. You like staff grinding Libra until he gets Tome Fair and then pass that down to Severa. That's pretty good. Hello, Tiamat. It's the classic green kamikaze unit. Skywing asks if we're shoving Severa in the corner to keep her alive. That's exactly what we're doing, yeah. With that being said, let's not even just waste any time talking about it. Let's just get right into it. I have the reinforcement order written down. Honestly, the reinforcement order on this map doesn't really matter. On turns 2, 3, and 4, a bunch of enemies are going to spawn from up here. It's so far away from where you are, it's not really going to directly impact you. The big thing you have to keep in mind is that on the turn when Severa talks to Holland up here, enemies will spawn on every single staircase on the map, and that can be a huge problem. Most notably, you must block these two staircases on the turn when Severa talks to Holland. Otherwise, enemies will come out of these stairs, they will immediately kill Holland. I think Holland disappears, but they will immediately kill Severa for sure, and they will probably kill whoever else you have left standing over here. You have to block these two tiles. It's just mandatory. I believe I have a lock touch unit with me. Let me check. Otherwise, I'm going to have to reset really quick. You want to make sure you bring a lock touch unit with you on most of these paralog maps. They tend to have treasure chests and to not have any keys. Does Lonku have it? Yeah, Lonku has it. This is why we trained Lonku. The reason why I trained Lonku is because he's basically always going to be on my team, and because he's always here and he has lock touch, I never have to worry about forgetting about whether or not I bring a lock touch unit. Now, we are going to let Severa go for one turn, and then we're going to pull her back across the wall this way. That's going to save us a little bit of extra time because it's going to change her trajectory from going right to going left. In fact, you can probably let her go for 2 turns this way, I think. I'll have to check that. I've done it before, but I usually tend to put somebody here to block her movement, so I can't remember if she can move for 2 turns on her own, even if you don't block her. We're gonna find that out right now. I did some testing during the week. I feel like it might be possible to beat the map. I didn't get any successful attempts yet, but I felt like the enemies are very strong, but my units are very strong, I think I can grind my way through this. And the earlier we get Severa, the better, so I want to attempt it. Green always runs towards the red. Dark Knight Severa is pretty intriguing. Yeah, I've never done Dark Knight Severa, I don't think so. You're using her as a pair-up for Morgan. Severa is your favorite, so you wouldn't want to use her as just a pair-up. In our case, we're going to be using her... in my case, I'm going to be using her as a lead unit. She's replacing Frederick. She's basically going to be an enemy phase tank, but Frederick can never get soul, and he is very slow. She's already significantly faster, and she will get soul very soon. I wish you could recruit her at the start of the map, like most of the other child units. Unfortunately, we can't, so we're just going to have to see what we got to work with here. Okay, so... I believe, based on my testing earlier in the week, if I go here, killer bow, pair up, go here, I should be able to reach this guy. Yes, I can. He has magic resistance. I don't think that's a huge issue. Yeah, it's not that big of a difference. Okay, so we're kind of like banking on dual strikes and crits here. There you go. If Gale Force doesn't trigger, I would just reset. That's a... I've talked about this many times before on stream and in my guides. I call it front-loaded risk. You just take the riskiest action you possibly can on the first turn of battle. If that fails, you just reset. You only wasted, 30 seconds of time, as opposed to trying to play slowly and passively, and then you end up having to take a risky action later, and then if it fails, you lose like 10 minutes of time. Wouldn't it be cool if Holland was recruitable and he had support conversations with Severa? I don't think I could live with having another recruitable villager. This map is better than Inigo or Nas Paralog, or at least easier. I would say it's right up there with Not. I don't know. The Not Paralog is pretty frustrating too. This one's pretty tough, but after about like turn 4, things definitely start to slow down because the enemies, most of the enemies will just stream out towards your party, and then you can kind of take your time with the rest of the map. I got through most of it the other day on my first attempt, so I feel pretty good about that. Okay, this guy unfortunately has counter. He's going to be very difficult to get rid of. Let me check something. This guy, and this guy can all reach this tile. So if I put anybody here, it's going to have to be a character who can survive against all 3 of these characters. It's a pretty tough sell. What's their speed? 34. So I need 30 speed. 8, 31. Sorry, I can survive. Let me try this. I haven't actually tested this opener yet, but I want to try it. Assuming I can even reach. Okay, so if I go here, I'm gonna want this silver sword equipped. This is the first time we're having Robin use swords in a while. Typically swords aren't really that useful, but on this map they're very good. This is like one of the few maps where having swords is extremely useful. Okay. I'd like to one-shot this guy if I can, but I have to test some things out. Because I need to see what I'm going to do if this goes sideways. In fact, he's going to hit me for a lot more than that. He's going to hit me for 61. I don't think Sumiya can take a direct hit from this guy. 61 minus 12 is 49. She actually exactly dies. But if I could get this crit... it would save me a lot of trouble on the next turn. I'm gonna go for a risky opener because this guy spawning with counter, it makes things pretty complicated. I would rather go for a more aggressive, more risky opener now, yeah. And then just get, like, because we got that crit, now we have a lot of leeway on the following turn. Doesn't really matter. I'm actually gonna fly over here and do this. Because her and Noe can actually pair up together. Now I'm gonna use a Nosferatu tome here. This should allow Saria to fight all 3 of these guys without any problems, hopefully. We're going to find out very soon. Next, I'm going to see if I can actually pull this guy away from Saria. So I need a character who has less than 25 defense. But also doesn't get doubled. That seems to be Chrom. The scary thing about leaving Chrom in front here is that it gives Sumia less movement on the following turn. Alright, let's go Steel Lance. And Killer Bow. We're really playing for crits as much as possible here. I'm also going to do this. I can rally for these characters. Give them some speed. We're going to get Frederick up here. Lonku around here. And then we're just going to start moving everyone towards the center. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay, that's a great start. And silver sword charges are actually less expensive than killer bow, like killer sword and yeah. Silver weapon charges are less expensive than killer weapon charges. So you can spam like silver weapon attacks relatively cheaply. Like for how good they are, they're actually pretty affordable. Okay, so let's see. Next turn she's gonna move here. Yeah, so next turn she moves here. She's gonna be completely safe. I have to make sure I can rescue her from this position though. So let me make sure I've got, probably it's gonna be Lisa. I'm assuming she has my best, yeah, she has my best staff range, okay. So she has, plus 5, 28, she has 14 staff range. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so I can rescue her like all the way over here, but I'm gonna want Lisa to be pretty close to that position, just to make sure that I can actually reach. Hello, Poochiebert. Thanks for stopping by today. Triggy's heading out. Hey, Clint Waukee. Thank you for being here today. Holland is doing this for his family, and Severa, coming from Future without a family, doesn't want Holland's daughter to go through what she has. Ah, that's a good story. Hello, Tilde Hat. At least Holland has stats, unlike Donald. Yeah, let's check his stats. His stats are actually much higher than Donald's. Okay, that's actually funny. I never knew that. I never even really looked at this guy. Holland better than Donald, confirmed. You just met on accident. Oh, sorry, they had met on accident, but all the child units were spit out at random spots in the world. Yeah, so she has a similar backstory to Robin, if you think about it, where she kind of just like appeared in the world. Okay, so we can use Gale Force to our advantage here, and I may want to do that. I can get a little bit of extra magic. I could potentially one-shot this guy. I don't know if that's the play here. I could also pair up with someone like... In fact, if I pair Frederick up with Lucina, she gets +1 movement. And she'll get strength. This should allow her to get this one shot. Nope, she's very, very weak. Oh, well, she can do it with the Parallel Falchion. If she doesn't miss. Perfect. Just getting some free experience onto Lucina. We need to catch her back up in levels with the rest of our party. Unfortunately, at level 5, she gets nothing because she starts with Aether. This is one of the reasons I don't like Lucina. Or I should say one of the things about Lucina that I do not like. I do like Lucina, but this is one of the things about her that I do not like. Saria did so much better here than I expected. Nosferatu is just such a great tool. Okay, this guy has Pavis, so we're going to want to fight him with a Tome User. I'm not going to use Ruin this time. I'm going to use Thunder because it's more accurate. And if I can actually move into this lead position. Because I cleared out all of those enemies, we can actually push forward pretty aggressively here. He doesn't have Vantage, does he? No, he doesn't have Vantage. Okay. Fortunately, my only unit with rally movement is the one that I need to be rallied. But I can use Olivia. Yes, I can use Olivia if I have to. So if this attack misses, I can use Olivia to bail out. So we're going to go for Thunder. We want critical hits or dual strikes. Either one is fine. Perfect. Kunai Katachurisis. Yo, Ellery, how are you doing, and how did the AC installation go? Really good. Actually, I went over to my mother's house, and I had to install the air conditioner for her, and then while I was there, I cleaned all the floors, and what was the other thing that she needed me to do? It was a few days ago. I don't know. I'm scatterbrained. There was something else she needed me to do. Oh, I had to set up her new oxygen tank because she has CPD, which is like lung disease. She needs like a new she got a new oxygen tank that she can roll around more, so that she can actually like get up and move around, like go outside and things like that. So I set that up for her. And then I came home and then I installed my own air conditioner. Then I had to take a shower. Alright. Hello, Agnats. Good luck today. Thank you very much. Hello, Mirror Fanboy. Thank you for stopping by today. Alright, how do we want to handle this? We could enemy phase this guy. I'm sure that Sumiya can do it. I'm wondering if anyone else can do it. Can Lonku do it? 25 speed versus 32. Let's see. He's going to deal 46 damage. I think he kills me. I think he one-shots me. Yeah, because he rolled Luna, he one-shots me. In fact, I think even without Luna, he'd still one-shot me, which is nuts. And I don't have Rally Res yet. In fact, even Chrom doesn't take this very well. Alright, let's do this. We're gonna have to use Sumiya for this. She's a bit over-leveled, but it's not a huge deal. And for he says, second best girl on the second generation time. Who's the best, do you think? We can do Steel Bow here. We don't necessarily need to kill this guy right now. What defensive skills does he have? None. Okay. And I'm sure she takes 46. Yeah, no problem. She's a res beast. I'm going to go like this. I'm gonna rally for you. Get these two into position. Now we might need to fall back here on one of these upcoming turns. But it's better to be in the forward position and then fall back rather than like be too far back and not be able to move forward. Oh, it's Lucina. Well, I don't know. Everyone has different tastes. You never know. All right, so I think enemies come from these staircases on this turn. Let me check that. I said it doesn't matter, but it actually kind of does matter. No, they're actually just coming from these stairs. Holland's room, Nelson's room, right? This is Holland. This is Nelson. Yeah, so actually enemies don't come from these stairs at all on turns 2 through 4. These stairs only spawn reinforcements on the turn when Severa talks to Holland. I forgot to rescue her, by the way. Oh no, that's right, I set up so that I can rescue her now. Okay, so I should be able to rescue her from maybe this position. Well, I need the Henry pair up. So let me get that first. Okay, I should be able to pull her like over here maybe. I can check. The answer seems to be no. Okay, let's try this position. Answer seems to be no. Okay, what about here? The annoying thing about this is that it means Lisa is just way out of position now. Like, she can't help the rest of my army because she's stuck over here doing this for the entire battle, which means we have less healing than we're used to. But thankfully, we do have Cordelia and Libra, who are both capable of healing, so they should be able to cover for us. Do I like the Sundari archetype? If so, what Sundari is my favorite from all time? Yours is Rin from Fate Stay Night. I think it's pretty good. I wouldn't say that I like or dislike any archetype in particular. I tend to just like or dislike characters based on how well written they are. Having said that, I really like Chisa from Grand Blue, or Grand Blue Dreaming, depending on if you've seen the anime or read the manga. She's really good. How well is Noe doing? She's a little bit underwhelming, but that's kind of typical for Noe. She's a unit. She has a pretty classic problem where you have to grind her for 10 levels. She's building up Dragonstone rank the entire time, and then you switch her class, and then you have to grind her another 10 levels with E rank weapons again. And then finally she promotes, and like by that point she's just behind everybody else in terms of stats and levels. And levels are very important in this game. Level is so important in this game. Okay, I would like to draw these two out, but unfortunately this guy... Well, counter's actually not a big deal. Counter's not a huge deal for me, because he has a Tomahawk. Can I fight just these two? Yes, I can. Unfortunately, this one has Aegis, which means Saria's not going to be as good as she could be. But I can use Robin for this. So I'm going to switch Robin into the lead here. Robin has better defense. Robin has Axebreaker. Let me heal her before I move her. That way if I have to put her into the lead again, I can do so. I'm also going to want to rally her speed though, right? 32. Yeah, I'm going to want to rally her speed as well. So let's do this. Libra heal. Saria here. Robin in front. We're going to use a hand axe. Should I do hand axe or short axe? Hand axe is fine. I kind of need a second seal. Okay, then I'm going to rally speed for this duo. And in fact, these two get it as well, which is better than not having it. It actually might matter for Chrom, in fact. 34 speed. Okay, we're going to put these two over here. He now has 35 speed. It doesn't actually make a difference. And I actually might have prevented him from getting doubled. I'm going to go for Killer Bow here. Okay, Frederick, get up here. You can kind of just like camp out in this spot right here and fight every enemy on the map if you take your time. Just depends on how much you're willing to do that. Kind of funny that Olivia has not gotten much value at all this battle, but it's mostly because your units have to be in very forward positions. Alright, I'm actually going to put Long Q here. Okay, that's the last set of reinforcements. Love a soul activation there, that's great. The other one is very unlikely to hit me because I have Axebreaker. I'm going to save this Master Key for a later chapter. Yeah. Axebreaker just goes so hard. Okay, this guy actually attacks from over the wall. Interesting. That crit didn't necessarily matter. It certainly helped. Okay, because I triggered those two Berserkers, it caused a lot of enemies on this map to start moving. Now, because all the enemies are moving and because they're all in a straight line like this, we can kind of pick them off like one or two at a time. The tricky part is now the corridor here kind of works against us, so we have to start falling back now. So let's start doing that. Let's see how much punishment Robin can take. Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, this guy can't reach super far into the center. So if Robin could theoretically fight all of these guys... Problem is 3 of them spawn with Luna. That's pretty scary, especially the Bolganon. Like, this guy's gonna hit me for 49 damage. It's like almost all of my HP. 49 minus a little bit of res, but not as much res as you would like. I can't very effectively use Gale Force here to hit and run. What I can potentially do is... Which way did she go? Unfortunately, she went that way. It actually would be nicer if she went this way, because these enemies are going to start moving this way, I think. Or maybe they're not moving yet. I'm not sure. No, these guys aren't moving yet. It actually doesn't matter. I just have to keep pulling her away. One way or the other. Alejandro, you don't remember this map being so difficult. Really, for me, this is one of the hardest ones. How good is Noe if you leave her in Manakete? Manakete's a pretty decent class. Unfortunately, it means she doesn't have very many skills. It gives a decent pair of stat lines, so I don't know, it's kind of a trade-off. I think skills are very important in this game, so being a good character with no skills is still pretty bad. In situations like this in 3DS Emblem, it makes you realize they invented gambits and AoE emblem attacks in the next games. That's a lot of enemies. If we're in engage, Sigurd is beaming at that enemy formation. If it isn't Celery, the farmerest Etrian Odyssey 3 player you've ever seen. Hello, Level 0, man. Thank you for stopping by today. I'm in badly in need of some water. Hold on. By the way, 94% of people think that I can beat this map today, so I really have to show up. Alright. Legend Sword. Yeah, see, we're kind of getting to the point where, like, even Frederick doesn't even two-shot enemies anymore. It's pretty bad. How about this guy? He's got a tomahawk, unfortunately. I might be able to do this. Killer bow. We can go Elf Thunder here. We can play for crits. We can play for dual strikes. We can pray that we're going to trigger Gale Force, and if we don't, we can run back. We can use a rescue staff to bail out. And we didn't get the crits. Well, we got 2 dual strikes, which is pretty lucky, but we didn't get any crits. We're really playing for crits here. Fortunately, this means we have to rescue there. And because we have to rescue there... Hold on a second. I got a plan. We can do this. Okay, how does she match up against this guy? Probably much better. Yeah, significantly better. Okay, so we're going to do this. Unfortunately, he's going to get another chance to hit us because he has Vantage. That was extremely unlikely, by the way. Okay, now we can camp at the edge of this guy's range. Which unfortunately overlaps with this guy, I'm sure, yeah. Okay. Can Ellery actually survive against this group? This one has pass. This is the one that I don't want to have pass, and he has it. I don't feel great about my chances of surviving here. A lot of 100% hit rates that are going to deal a ton of damage. Yeah, oh my god, 2 of them spawned with Luna and Hawkeye. That's crazy. I don't think Robin can very consistently survive here. Is there a way for me to fight just 2 enemies? Probably this square. There we go, hand axe. Oh, don't do that. Thunder Tome. Go here, okay. This guy also has pass, unfortunately, which means I can't body block him. 74 HP is crazy. Yeah, the enemy stat inflation here is wild. Like, these enemies have unbelievable stats. They say they're level 30, level 6 enemies. These are not level 6 enemies. These are insane enemies. Ellery, have I beaten the game on Lunatic Plus before? Are there late game enemy spam chapters doable with all the skill combinations? Yeah, I've beaten it on Lunatic Plus. I did it with grinding, and then I did it with no grinding. And then I've kind of played the game a bunch otherwise. I don't always beat the game to completion on every single run. Like recently I streamed, the last couple weeks I've been streaming like a Stall Saturday thing where I just played through the game with Stall as far as I needed to in order to get the information I wanted and get the footage I wanted. So like I don't always complete every run that I start, but I've completed a number of runs. The first run I did was grinding aloud, and that helped me kind of get an idea of how to play around. Like in the best possible scenario, if I have every single tool available and I have everything that I want, like how do I play around, you know, such and such skill? And then once I had that information, then I was able to come up with new ideas. Like, okay, well now, you know, with a limited amount of resources, a limited amount of experience, how do I get access to those tools? And, you know, which ones like are the most essential? Like which ones which ones can I give up and still be okay? Which ones are absolutely necessary? And like, how do you get those skills? Not rescue, I want to use physic. I almost just did a huge misplay. If I physic you, you're probably going to survive, but I might actually be able to just mend you. No, I can't mend you, I have to physic you. Okay, so we're going to physic you. Then we're going to rescue Olivia. Okay, now this tile right here is only threatened by the Ruffian Trickster, and we can take him out. We can actually very, very likely one-round him. So let's go here. We're gonna go Javelin. We only need the Steel Bow here. We don't need to waste Killer Bow charges. We can also rally to get Lucina out of here more reliably. this. And can she physic? I think she can. She can. Okay, that's awesome. I'm gonna go like this. I'm going to physic. I'm gonna get some awesome free experience. No, I'm not. I don't have enough movement. Alright, I can't. I don't have enough staff range. I should have flown to this position. So that was cool. I wasn't even thinking about staff range, but she can actually do it if she was standing here, because her staff range is 4. 1, 2, 3. But here is 5 spaces away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's just 1 short. That's fine though. The fact that she's even capable of using physic is awesome. I think this is the last turn of reinforcements now. So every enemy you currently see on the map is everything that we need to take care of. At least until Severa talks to Holland. Ew, I did not count on that happening. I was really hoping he would go for Sumia. I didn't even imagine that he would attack someone other than Sumia, but yeah, Sumia has much better. Well, no, Sumia actually has a worse resistance than Robin. I don't know why he attacked Robin. Enemies in Awakening just behave crazy sometimes. Okay. Now the enemies are kind of all stuffed up over here. So what I'm going to do now is go like this. I'm going to pull Severa back over the wall. This should get her to start moving to the right. She takes the closest path available to her, like whatever she thinks is going to get her to Holland faster. And because she's closer to the right-hand side now, she might actually start moving to the right again, which will be good because that'll buy us another 2 turns before we have to rescue again. And we have to start clearing out this passageway now. Can Lucina get this one? She's just not quite... She just doesn't have the strength. 24, 31... She's just like a worse Sumia at this point. I'm sure we can train her. Level 0 mates has promoted a level 6 promoted units with 74 HP. Simple. They started as a level 1, have a 120% HP growth. They promoted at level 20. They got 2 HP every level. Crazy RNG, I know. And they started with 20 base HP. 20 base HP is actually not that insane for this game. For Fates, it's probably a little higher than average. Honor, hello, thank you for being here. You never asked this before, but am I streaming through a 3DS capture card, or am I using Citra? I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on stream, but that probably answers your question. Severa's a good unit, but man, this map, says Devin. Clint Walkie, it feels like Robin has a hidden priority here in enemy phase sometimes. Yeah, sometimes it does, I'm not sure. You think because he has a sword and Sumia had a lance, he chose Robin? That could possibly be true, yeah. Well, Robin had weapon triangle disadvantage. In fact, yeah, the weapon triangle would have reduced his attack power by 3. Which would have made, because Robin only has 1 more resistance, that actually would have caused him to deal less damage to Sumia. We can even check that. 17 versus 21, yeah. That's the extra 3 damage right there from the weapon triangle disadvantage. Or rather, I should say, Sumia removes his attack bonus that he gets from his A rank in swords, and Robin does not remove that bonus. Alright, I'm gonna go like this. Try to take this guy out before he can do anything to me. And I succeeded. Now we have Gale Force. Okay, the tricky part is, because there's a lot of enemies bunched up over here, we can't fight over the wall this turn. So we're gonna have to start falling back. But I want to optimize this enemy phase. I might take a little bit of time. I want to optimize this enemy phase. I want to make sure we take out as many foes as we can on this turn. It's going to be very important to take out as many foes as we can. So the question is, can Saria survive? And how many can she survive against if she uses Nosferatu? Like, if she could fight all 4 of these guys, that would be incredible. None of them have Luna. So that's good. That's a good start. 55 plus 46. Hold on a second. 55 plus 46 plus 47 plus 44. We're currently in the cooking phase. It's going to be a minute before we actually... Well, we're in the prep phase. It's going to be a minute before we start cooking again. Okay, 192. Minus 26. Minus 26. Minus 12. Minus 12. Okay, she's going to take 116 damage. So she needs at least 74 points of Nosferatu healing. She deals 40 damage. Okay, so she needs 74 points of Nosferatu healing. She deals 40 damage. Does she double anything? Yes, she can double. She gets 10 healing from this guy. In fact, she gets 20 healing from this guy if she hits him twice. 20 plus 20 plus... hold on a second. How much damage did I say that she did? Was it 40? Yeah, 40, okay. 40 minus 7. Okay, she gets 33 healing from this guy, and then she gets 20 from each of these guys. That's already 73 right there. Then she can get another 33 healing from this guy, which is 106 points of healing, so she can survive against all 4 of these enemies. So what we want to do is find a way to get her over there. I can do that like this. Then we're going to pass. We want Silver Sword. We're going to pass Robin over. She's got Nosferatu equipped, and then we're going to rally her speed. All right, that was a good cook. This is gonna go very well. I think I'm gonna, if I can't remove all 4 of these enemies, I can, at the very least, I can survive. I'm pretty sure she's guaranteed to survive. Now let's look at the other group and see if we can split out just 1 or 2 of them. This guy right here would be great if I could enemy face him. Just him by himself. It doesn't look to be the case. And the reason is because... why? Actually, why is the reason? I don't understand why. It's because... okay, sorry, this guy's passed. This guy does not, so hold on. I can pull him away. To this square right here. He's going to deal 49 damage. 49 minus 10 is 39 HP. I need to get her above 39. She's in this square right here with a javelin equipped. Let me see how much damage I'm going to do to this guy. 22 times 2. Okay, steel bow's fine here. I'm going to grab a concoction and use that. In fact, I can get away with using a vulnerary. I don't know why I brought beast killers to this map, by the way. My prep for this map was terrible. Okay, we're almost there, guys. I'm gonna put Lucina. No, I'm gonna put Frederick here. Put Lucina here. Put you here. I'm gonna rally for this group. Going to dance for you. And then I'll rally for Saria as well. Okay, I think this is good. Oh god. Luna Hawkeye is so disgusting. Hello X, thank you for stopping by today. Good luck, thank you. Hello Marseos. So many units, yet not a single JoJo post between them. You're very saddened. You never know, they might be JoJo posting. Oh my god, oh god, that was a horrible miss. We might be dead. That was the only way that she could possibly die, was if I missed specifically that attack. We spent 20 minutes setting up that enemy phase. That was a punish and a half. Hello, Printility. Thank you for stopping by today. Does she double the assassin? Probably not, but she doubles the sorcerers. Yeah, unfortunately there was nothing we could do about that. Well, I mean, theoretically we could have played passively and gone slower, but then we would have just gotten overwhelmed in a few turns. You thought I was playing Fates because you shuffled Severa with Selena? Yeah, I just released a Fates video this morning, and I was thinking of streaming Fates today, but I really just wanted to get back to Awakening, Lunatic Plus. Goodbye, fan service. Oof. You're doing it behind the wall. Yeah, no, the assassin doesn't weapon swap. Oh, because we're using the wall. Celery, clutch, or kick. We unfortunately did not clutch it out there. I want to see what my hit rate against that guy was, because that was gross. That was gross. I'm gonna try to use the same opener. I want to see how consistent this opener actually is. I will say in my testing so far, I've gotten this to work pretty much every single time, so that's definitely noteworthy. Now this guy spawning with Aegis means we're not going to be able to use the same opener with Saria. But I can actually do this, maybe? And then push Saria to the left. So if I go like this, I'm basically banking on crits. Got one. Got two, in fact. Yeah, she really deserved that. I mean, we planned that out so well. And we just got immensely punished. More than anyone deserves. Yeah, this should be fine. The sword here might be a little bit scary. I don't think the sword is that much scarier, though, than just... hold on a second. I do need to be able to rally her speed. So let me make sure I'm going to be in a position where I can do that. Here, I can rally speed from here. This should be okay. So we go like this. Silver sword. In fact, let me rally her speed before she attacks. That makes way more sense. Okay. I'm gonna go for Ruin. And Nosferatu, unfortunately, isn't like 100% accurate, but it's still pretty accurate. Should I go for Ruin here? Yeah. Ruin is so based. You came in late. What turn did we die on? I'm not sure about the turn count. I think it was turn 5. What happened was we set up an enemy phase where Saria was over here. She was fighting 4 enemies over the wall, and she had more than enough Nosferatu healing to stay alive. The problem is that one of the enemies, the very first enemy who attacked us, we missed our counter attack. So we ended up sitting, we had very, very low HP, and then we died as a result. Okay, now this time, we put... I'm a little bit scared of this guy, because I think... I have to trade her equipment. I have to trade her to Nosferatu. Yeah, this isn't the same opener we used last time, so it might not work as well. If I keep Crom in front, this should maybe work. Because this guy will either go for Crom or Saria, it doesn't matter. If he goes for Sumia, he'd kill her. Unless she dodged. Which actually, she probably has a pretty decent evasion rate. Okay, we've learned that we can leave Severa over there for a little while. Just let her go off on her own. We also learned that having Libra up here is actually pretty important. On the next attempt, remind me to rally for everyone before they move, instead of waiting until instead of having my rally characters go afterwards and then not be able to rally for anybody because they're all out of range. I gotta get better at using rallies. Okay. Okay, let's see how this goes. I don't know if that dual guard mattered. I don't think it did. Yeah, this guy goes for Crom anyway. Alright. So we made pretty decent headway, pretty similar to what we did last time. I think maybe a little bit worse. Because I think last time there was not these two guys blocking our way. Watch out. I think we're pretty much set up though. That's kind of a good... Like any variation of that opener on the first turn is pretty good. If you can just get rid of those two Berserkers, and then be in position to at least start chipping down these assassins, you can then use the following turn to remove this Trickster, and then also fight this Sage. So let's get started on that. This guy's advantage, but he has a bow equipped, so we should be able to take him out. Parallel falchion. I can take this guy out with Lucina, so we're gonna do that. Saria is always a good candidate to feed books. That's a good idea, actually. I'm pretty sure we have secret books in the convoy. Puchivert says that you realize that fair skills in this game give strength or magic instead of just increasing damage like in Fates. So the extra attack is displayed on the enemy stats, which is very convenient. Yeah, it also, I'm pretty sure it also boosts the range of your rescue staff. Too bad Saria isn't level 15 because Tonebreaker would have gone so hard on this map. Yeah, we couldn't get her there quite fast enough. Maybe if we invested more into her, we could have gotten her to 15 by now. Like if you do like a single unit and focus on just that one unit, you can grind them up to a higher level sooner, so they become stronger sooner. But that's not always something that you can guarantee is going to work. All right. I think on the next attempt, I'm actually not going to bait these guys out. I'm just going to leave them and see what happens. I think they won't move on their own, and that's a very significant difference. Okay, this guy, he does have counter and 11 sword. 32. If I rally speed here... Hold on a second. If I rally speed here... Dance... I can heal Crom. She doesn't heal for very much, but it's better than nothing. This guy just has a silver sword equipped, so I can do this. This is probably the best use I'm going to get out of Frederick right now. Potential Cordelia dual strike. Didn't get it, whatever. We're just trying to chip this guy's health down a little bit to make the kill thresholds a little bit more forgiving. I think Long Ku might be able to get him now. Silver sword is 21. What is her accuracy like? It's trash. Okay, good to know. We're gonna have to use the bronze lance here. Any way I can conceivably take this guy down. 29 plus 18 plus 29 is 47, so we wouldn't kill him even with a dual strike. So what I'm going to do is just use these two to start chipping this enemy down. Crit might work. Okay, double crit works in fact. Okay, next we're going to do this. How much damage is... what kind of accuracy does Ruin have? We don't need Ruin here. We can do it with Thunder. So we're going to go like this. Unfortunately, we just exactly kill ourselves with counter damage here. So that's not going to work. Okay, so let's do this instead. This works. Nice Vengeance proc. I think that was a Vengeance crit. Laughing Seagull, thanks for stopping by today. By saying Saria deserved that, you mean Saria as a character. Oh, I see what you're saying. You were actually saying the opposite of what I thought you were saying. I thought you were saying that she deserved to like get the dodge and survive. Or sorry, to get the hit and survive. You were saying she actually deserved to die because you don't like her as a character. Which is much funnier. Hey Draconis, thank you for stopping by today. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And Foresti says, you've been feeling pop music this time around. Has anyone got good pop songs to jam around? Good question. I don't have anything in my head right now. I tend to not really think about music when I'm streaming because I'm not allowed to listen to music on stream because YouTube, being YouTube. As a result, I tend to not really think about music while I'm streaming. Okay. This guy's got Luna again. Should be fine. I'm gonna go right here. Steel bow. Javelin. And we'll put Lucina here. Just to build some sports. Is Unity by the Fat Rat a pop song? I do not know. I don't even know what that is. Apparently it's EDM. Electronic dance music. That's right, I know what that word means. Okay, yeah, so what I want to do, I want to sandbag for one turn and see what happens. I'm also going to try to do this without pairing up with Henry. I can move down to the right one. So I'm going to go here. I think doing it this way could buy us a few extra turns, weirdly enough, because it's going to cause her to run to the right. I think she'll run to the right from this position. Let's unpair our units. Yeah, that's very smart. That's something a smart person would do. In fact, we can even do this. These two we need to have back a little bit further. And then I want you here. I'm just going to sing just for some experience. Can I not listen to music at all on a YouTube stream? It's a little complicated. I don't like to do it. I've used music before that was even marked as like being free use. Like no copyright. Oh crap, I hate when I do that. Sometimes if you there's like a certain button combination you can press that deselects every enemy on the map, and it's very inconvenient because there's never any reason why you would want to do that. So when it happens, I just like accidentally deselect all of the units that I just went out of my way to select. So I'd have to reselect all of them. Anyway, I've used music in the past, even stuff that was like royalty free or like free use, copyright free, and some of those videos still got demonetized. So after that, I just stopped using any music in my streams. The only times I ever use music on my videos is if I specifically get it from the YouTube music library, which is pretty inconvenient. They have a pretty limited selection, and most of the songs are very short. They don't really work that well as background music. While this chapter is about Selena, if you don't remember if I say that in Fire Emblem Fates, Laszlo, Odin, and Selena are not the characters from Awakening, but only very similar but different people altogether. No, they're actually the same exact characters. If you play through the DLC, I can't remember which one it's called, but there's a DLC that you play that revolves around those three characters, and they're actually brought by Anankos to the World of Fates in order to help. Yeah, they're brought... Anankos brings Laszlo, Odin, and Selena to the World of Fates. They change their names to Severa, Odin, and Laszlo once they get there. Alright, so we should be able to... Yes, okay, I have a plan. Can I outspeed him with a rally? Yes, I can. What about a Steel Lance? This gives us a pretty good chance of getting the kill. Now, I can fall back to this position right here and enemy face this guy. Now he is guaranteed to hit me, so I have to make sure I can survive whatever he throws at me. So I have to be above 33 HP. Can do that like this. Someone's car alarm's going off, by the way. I'm almost certain you guys can hear that. Okay, I'm gonna go for Killer Bow crits here. And Elf Thunder crits. Now this should work. I can mend you back to full. Sumi and Crom are so powerful together. Alright. Now the other group is unfortunately still overlapping with the enemy units over here, so we're going to wait one more turn on the right-hand side. I will unpair these two while I'm here, just so I have multiple characters available next turn as needed. I'll also put Lucina here, because there might be a chance for her to run in, kill something, and then fall back. It looks like Severa decided to go left, but either way that's fine, because we started her further to the right, so she has to spend more turns moving to the left. In fact, if we stand right here, we can block her movement. let me do it with Henry. If I stand right here, I can block her movement. That's going to cause her to move only 4 tiles this turn instead of 5 tiles, which could potentially save me an extra turn. It doesn't always, but sometimes it does. All right, and other than that, we'll just wait. I'm going to play a little bit more passively than I did last time. It's interesting that they moved to attack over the wall. Oh, we actually didn't get the kill either. I think Lucina might be able to get that kill. Is it better to get this one? This guy's going to be tricky, in fact. Oh, wow, he's got Miracle. Is that true? Why would a Sage spawn with Miracle? Oh, because they can go from you can go from Cleric into Sage. This is nasty. This guy having Miracle, that's disgusting. Okay, we're going to have to figure that one out very soon. Astro Aura, thank you for stopping by here. Thank you for stopping by today. The 3 kid units are from Awakening, but Rajat, Kaldori, and Asugi are reincarnations. Yeah, so those ones are different. You might be thinking of the 3 kids in Birthright based on Cordelia Guys and Saria. They changed names to not be detected even though no one knows them, and Lucina still recognizes them in the other DLC, so it was very pointless. Yeah, and then Odin doesn't even change his name. Blank says the reason those 6 characters appeared in Fates is because they won a character popularity poll held in Japan at the time. This is also why they featured CGs in the Beach and Hot Springs DLCs. Miracle counter on an enemy is nasty work. Yeah, they give that to the enemies in the Exponential Growth, the grinding DLC. Okay. Now, unfortunately, we're not really super guaranteed to get rid of this guy. In fact, it might even be better to use Saria, but then, again, unfortunately, this guy spawned with something that blocks her main skill that she would want to use. Okay. I think if I can get Lucina into position, she can kill this guy. But I have to move Sumia first, which kind of commits a lot. Let me try this. Can I kill this guy? So I can. That's also nice. 21 plus 21 plus dual strike damage. I think I can probably kill this guy with a dual strike. The steel bow is going to do 21 damage. So 21 plus 21 plus 20. Oh, well, it's 63. I can do that in my head. So yeah, this should kill. Nice dodge. Okay. That means if I can get back into position, I can get into a spot where I only need to fight this one guy right here. I can also do this. Should be a clean Levin sword kill. And then with Gale Force, she can move back to safety. She can even stay and fight this guy, but I doubt she survives a hit from him. 60 damage. Absolutely ludicrous. I would need extra defense and I would need a rally speed. I don't think it's even worth it. Who would I want there instead? Problem is I have to find somebody who can survive a hit from that guy. 60 minus 15. It's 45. With the Noe pair up, I might be able to survive. Fortunately, I put this guy in a very unproductive position. So Lonku might be able to do this. It's gonna be... Is there anyone who has a killing edge I can give to him? Where's all my killing edges? I'm not sure. Okay, he's gonna deal 60 damage. Minus 15 minus 7 is 38. That's exact lethal, but we're going to remove his weapon triangle advantage because we're going to have a silver sword equipped. Can I double him? I can double him if I rally speed. Does anyone else want to rally for Lonku? Doesn't seem to be the case. She has Inspiring Song, doesn't she? Special Dance, yeah. Strength, Magic, Defense, and Resistance. That will in fact give him enough defense to survive even without the weapon triangle. I'm gonna go here. I'm going to dance for you. I'm going to move you here. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if Sumia can actually get out of there. She cannot. What do we do with that information? Probably just going to have to rescue her. I should have a rescue unit available. Yeah. Can I reach her? Yeah, I can reach her over the wall. Really? And then because I rescue her first, she still has a move available. I could have actually attacked this guy, now that I think about it, before rescuing. But I kind of want Lonku to get the experience more than I want Sumia to get it. Okay, let me make sure this guy won't reach the space behind Lonku. No, he won't. Okay. Is there anyone who can support Lonku effectively here? Honestly, not really. What I can do is this. Once again, I'm just blocking her squares. And then, is there a... And yes, this guy is the only character who reaches this square here. 25 speed. 29. I think I can take him out with Ruin. I want you two to be as close to the front as you can possibly get. The only thing I'm worried about now is potential crits from enemies, but there's not much I can do about that. I think we have around an 80% chance to crit with the Ruin Tome, by the way. If you're wondering why Saria is like always critting, or why I'm like banking on her critting, she's at the point now where like the chance of her landing a critical hit is like the chance of her just landing an attack. 71%, yeah, like 70% to hit, 71% chance to crit. So like it's pretty consistent at this point, and this is a pretty fast enemy too. So he's more likely to dodge my crits than any other character. Okay, so I think this method of going a little bit slower is a lot better. Last time I tried to draw out these two, but it caused every enemy on the map to start moving. I think it's better to just wait and then deal with, like, take out the grips of reinforcements one at a time first, and then once all the reinforcements are done, then we can start worrying about the other enemies. This is going to be the tricky part now. We want to get rid of these two, but Sumia is much further back than she was last time. And this guy unfortunately spawned with Pavis. Hello, DI. Good morning. Thank you for being here today. Welcome to the stream. This is a much more modern game than Wizardry. Although I think you mentioned you were also a Fire Emblem fan. Let me just, there's a lot of message. In fact, there's not just a lot of messages in chats, but there's a lot of like walls of text, like big paragraphs in chat. So I'm trying to read everything, see if there's anything that's like super important that I need to respond to. Gaius winning a popularity contest is surprising to you? I can see how he could be popular. Oh, in English they changed his name from Owain to Odin. Oh yeah, you're right. I don't know why I thought his name was Odin. He constantly uses the same theatrical surname, and also self-reports about his origins with all of his stories. With capped luck, bosses just kill themselves before the first strike. They get their hair changed and exalt brand covered by Anankos' magic. I think so, yeah. What is a good build for Lucina in this difficulty anyway? So Lucina is kind of an unfortunate character. She doesn't really have a lot of great builds. The only thing she can actually, in my opinion, the only thing she can really do is be a Gale Force attacker. I think Gale Force Sage is her best class. In order to do that, you kind of want Maribel as a mother, but then in order to do that, you want to play with grinding. I think Lucina's a lot better if you allow grinding. I think without grinding, she's not that great. But we're using her anyway because people wanted me to use her. Gale Force on a mounted archer feels pretty good now that you think about it. I guess she could probably do good in Bow Knight, yeah. If you're going to do physical, I think Bow Knight's better. You think the Laszlo chapter is going to be a nightmare? I don't know if we're even going to do that chapter, other than, like, we might do it much later just to get experience and supports. Alright, so we got a few things to take care of now. We could potentially have Sumiya get rid of this guy. We don't need to commit her out to the left side. Just because she fought on the left side before, we can actually send her to the right side now. So let's see. With this pair up and a rally speed. Okay, let's presume that this guy's going to be removed. So Cordelia doesn't need to worry too much about where she's standing. If that's the case, I would want her rallying from this position. Let me make sure rally reaches 3 tiles. It does, okay. I always second guess myself, even on like the most basic information. So I want to rally from this position. Now I should be able to guarantee this kill. As long as I get a steel bow dual strike, which is pretty likely. Or a crit, which is also very likely. Okay, so that puts us in a very strong position. Now we need characters to deal with these enemies over here. I wonder if Lonku is actually the answer, again. Honestly, Lonku's going kind of hard right now. He is kind of popping off in this moment in time. If I use the Bronze Lance here, and if I can get my speed high enough, which I can if I rally speed again, Lonku can actually take this guy. Standing in this position. I think if I moved him first, I could have potentially rallied speed for him, Sumiya, and Saria all at the same time, but I just didn't plan ahead as well as I should have. So we're going to do this. God, rally speed is so good. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to rally for this group over here. Then we're going to rally luck. Let me see if somebody needs healing more than somebody needs rallying for luck. Because rally luck is good, but it's not more important than healing. Also, it's raining right now. So I'm going to have to take a bathroom break very soon. The sound of the rain is kind of making me have to use the bathroom. Fun times. I'm going to move Lissa back so I can... So because next turn Severa is going to move up here, I want to pull her back over the wall after she moves. Henry here is fine. Is there anything I can do about this group on the right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bump, bump. This tile here, is that threatened by any other characters other than this guy? I don't think so. Okay, so she has 37 speed right now. She won't get doubled. She won't double him, but she won't get doubled. If I heal her to full, will she survive? 46. Minus 25, that should be a survival. 21, yeah, she survives that. And she won't get doubled. Can I heal her to full? I can heal her to enough that she will survive. And then again, we're going to use Ruin here. You don't need to spam Nosferatu every turn. That's a very important piece of information that many people just don't seem to grasp. Yes, Nosferatu is expensive, but you don't need to spam it every single turn. Like, the charges are limited, but you can just use, like, other tomes. We can use the Ruin tome. In fact, I'm pretty strongly considering actually switching her to the Thunder tome here, just for accuracy purposes. Let me do that. We're going to have a little bit less chance to crit, but we'll be fine. If you're wondering why Frederick's holding a rescue staff, by the way, it's just because I wanted to bring one more with me. I don't really need to separate these two. What I need to do is access the convoy and get a vulnerary. I believe this is the turn where we failed last time. But this time, because we don't have like a billion enemies bearing down on us, we're in a much better position. That Vengeance proc there was pretty good. Vengeance has an extremely high proc rate though, so it's not really unexpected. Okay, we should get Lethality now. I love Lethality in Lunatic Plus mode, it's so good, it plays around counter. Oh god, why did they both reach us? I don't understand why both of those enemies reached us. I was pretty sure I set it up. Oh, because this guy has moved +1. I got bailed out by a dual guard there. Although this guy doesn't have Hawkeye, so he wasn't guaranteed to hit me anyway. So yeah, we had like a we had like a 20% chance to dual guard and like a less than 20% chance to dodge there. Plus, we could have potentially dodged or dual guarded the other attack. Plus, we could have gotten advantage crit or advantage lethality. So, I mean, there was a lot of bailout options there. We did get lucky. Lonku absolutely got lucky. Unlike Saria. Like, last time Saria got unlucky, this time Lonku got lucky. You can call it what you want, but either way it happened. I didn't realize that this guy had move +1, so the two archers actually had overlapping ranges, which means you cannot do what I just did there unless you're capable of surviving against both of them. Good thing is, because he has a bow equipped, I can just walk up to him now and hit him with a sword or an axe or a lance. You play gacha games. I try to avoid those as much as possible. The ship girl game, that's Azur Lane. Blank says, you feel like the disparity between the child units, how strong they are right now, and the enemies, and the point where they join is a lot worse than it is with Generation 1 units. Yeah, Gen 2 units in this game are massively overrated because people have this fond memory of playing Fire Emblem Awakening like 20 years ago and grinding all of their units, either using the DLC or just using skirmish maps or like playing on hard mode, and you could like grind up the child units to be like these, you know, super powerful like end game juggernauts. But realistically, in a no grinding context, it's very difficult to use the child units because they just can't fight against anything. Like at the time when they join, they just don't have the stats to fight against any enemies at all. If we clear out enough of these enemies, we might actually be able to leave Severa for one more turn. This guy's Bolganon, so I can definitely deal with him. Yeah, I should be able to do this. So Javelin here. Stream is lagging, but I think that's just my browser. I don't think you guys are getting lag. Let me know if you're getting lag, but I don't think you are. I think it's just me. I think like me watching my own stream is lagging. I don't think the stream itself is actually lagging. So Severa is actually safe for one more turn in this position, so that's good. We bought ourselves an extra turn. We can also do one more turn of this, fighting this position against this guy. We need to make sure we rally our speed and heal to full. But other than that, she should be fine here. We can even use Thunder again. Yes, I feel good about this. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna heal here. I'm gonna rally in this position. I think you can talk and then rally, but I'm not gonna risk it because you don't get anything from talking. So we should have, yeah, extremely good chance of killing this guy now. Let me make sure I have my silver sword equipped. I do. That silver sword was a really good purchase. So we're going to stand here. Is there any way we can fight like one other enemy? Let's save it. Let's save it. We've got plenty of time. We've got plenty of rescue stabs. I'm going to give this kill to Lucina if I can. I should be able to. Parallel Falchion. I'm going to need more damage. Alright, let's just give it to Noe. Well, hold on a second. We can do this. We can fish for a dual strike. We got it. Not in the way that we wanted, though. And then this... He does have advantage, but he has a bow equipped. Alright, that went fine. Hello, Printility. Get it twisted, you will dual guard. Lucky dual guard, that was scary. It was pretty scary, yeah. Noe is finally starting to gain a few levels. If we can get her some levels, she will eventually become strong. She has good growth rates. She's just not at the position that she needs to be in right now. Okay, is there any way I can get some healing on these characters up here? Fortunately, I kind of need Lissa to stay at the bottom. Let me do this. Is there any character... I think we dealt with all the reinforcements on the left. Now we only have to deal with the reinforcements, the last two reinforcements coming from the right, and then we can start picking apart the enemy groups. Let me see it. Let me see what the linked AI on the enemy groups looks like here. I wasn't going to check it eventually, initially, but now I think it's a good idea. Okay, it seems like they're linked together in groups. So, like, if I provoke this group, it's not going to cause every enemy on the map to start moving. It's only going to cause this group to start moving. So what I think I want to do... I think I want to deal with these reinforcements, and then I want to provoke this group, and then I want to provoke this group. And I want to fight them separately. So let me see if I can do that. I can mend here. Frederick's position, I mean, next to Sari is fine. It gives her a slight bonus. And then I can actually do this. Just to unpair these two. Okay, this should be fine. It looks scary, but it's actually not scary at all. She's been guaranteed to survive every single one of these combats, and she is gaining levels like crazy, which I love. Okay. We're getting very close to being done with these enemies. Now, I think this is the last one. Now, first of all, we have to rescue Severa this turn. We can't leave her in that position. So let's start with that. I can actually pull her further back. I can go 3 tiles down from where I am. So here. No, I was wrong. Here. Okay, this is going to buy us a few extra turns to start picking apart these enemy groups. Now, Sumi is not in the best position to do what I wanted her to do, but let me start with this. Start by rallying for everybody who I want to rally for. Frederick just needs to get out of the way. You need to move at least here. Okay. We're going to try to 2-range this guy with L Thunder and Killer Bow crits. If we don't get it, let me make sure I have a rescue staff available. Yes, I have a rescue staff on Libra. So if I don't get this kill, I can pull back with Libra. I can use Libra to pull my characters back. Got it. Okay. Now I can use Gale Force to return. Tomahawks. Let me calculate their damage against Saria, because she needs experience more than Robin does. And I think she can fight these two. I think she can even possibly kill them both. What's her speed right now? Extremely high. Okay, so they're going to have 60 plus 55. They're going to have 115 damage minus 26 times 2. They don't have Luna, do they? One of them has Luna, so hold on. It's going to be 115 minus 26 minus 13. She's going to take 76 damage. She needs 31 points of Nosferatu healing. (42) minus 7. She gets 35 Nosferatu healing from each hit, and she's hitting each of these guys twice. So yeah, she's guaranteed to survive here. Hold on a second. She has the men's staff, right? Yeah. I'm gonna do... I don't want to do this. I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go here. Nosferatu. Silver Sword. I gotta sneeze. It's not coming out. Ah! Okay, this should be fine. I wish there was a way for me to get the skill book into her hands, or the secret book into her hands and use it. But alas. Now if I drop Crom here, she should get a plus 10% hit rate bonus. Plus 5% hit, and a plus 5% avoid. Honestly, every little bit helps. In fact, I don't even need to drop him. You still get auras when you're standing in the rear position. I forgot about that. I say it all the time too, but I just completely blanked on that one. I'm going to put Lucina here. Didn't get the opportunity to heal Lonku this turn. That's fine. I'll have him stand here. Slow down Severa's movement a little bit. In fact, we can do this. Slow down her movement a lot. Alright, let's see what happens. This should be fine. Even without Vengeance, I think we were fine there. It was scary, but... Okay. That was a lot more scary than I expected. I think my Nosferatu calculations are wrong. I think I'm calculating something wrong with Nosferatu. Oh my god, I just realized what it was. I'm not cutting the healing in half. I'm giving myself twice as much healing as I think I'm supposed to have. I'm giving myself twice as much healing as I think I'm going to have. That was a huge misplay, but I bailed myself out with Vengeance. But Vengeance, my Vengeance proc rate right now is pretty high. It's actually not as high as it could be. I'm not going to say what it is because it's lower than I thought it was. I'm just going to leave that one on the table. Okay, so yeah. So this time we didn't trigger both groups, so now we only have these 4 enemies coming towards us instead of having every enemy on the map coming towards us. So this is going to allow us to pick apart this enemy group pretty safely before we move on to the next group. I think we can remove Bolganon. Fortunately, he's got the combination of Pavis and high resistance. It's going to make him very difficult to remove. What we would really want here would be dual strikes. The Javelin even does more damage. That's crazy. Let me see what Crom's damage is. 22. What's the Silver Bow deal? 26. 26 plus 7 plus 7. It's actually not enough. Yeah, this is pretty rough. How much extra attack am I going to have? Not very much. 3. 42. Yeah, we just don't deal enough damage. We need like crits or like multiple dual strikes here. And this guy's got Rexcalibur, so we can't fight him. Lucina can, but she's very weak. Alright, let's start with our most risky action. Is it worth it to play for crits here? No. It's better to just do this. Okay, if we get another dual strike, we'll be fine. We got it, okay. If we didn't get that, we could have used a rescue staff to pull Sumiya back to safety. I've been wanting to show this off on one of the streams, but it's just like, I've just been getting lucky most times. But like in situations like this, you can open up by having Sumiya go first, try to trigger Gale Force, and then if she fails, you can use a rescue staff just to pull her back to safety. That's what I've been trying to show off. It's a little bit difficult to do. Okay, so now what we can do is, now unfortunately these two have overlapping ranges. I'm going to remember now that this guy has move +1. The Tricksters have move +1. So you can't bank on the fact that you can separate these two. So we have to remember that these guys are going to have overlapping ranges. With that information in mind, I wonder if it's a good idea to just remove this guy and then pull back with a rescue staff. That way we can leave somebody in range of just this Rexcalibur Sage. That could be a very smart thing to do. Like this. 21. We can even use the Steel Bow here. We only need 1 dual strike. Nice crit. Didn't matter. Well, it preserves her health a bit, but other than that, it didn't really matter. Okay, now we do have to stay out of range with this guy, though. That's the scary part. He's got a pretty far range. Well, hold on a second. Interesting. Bolganon, Rexcalibur, and Levin Sword. Busaria's in that position. She should be able to fight this guy safely. I want to rally her speed, though, which I can't do because I have to move Cordelia first. Well, no, I can do this. So move here. I'm going to do Ruin. No, I'm going to do Thunder for accuracy. Silver Sword for accuracy. I'm going to use my Concoction. because I don't have a lot of staff uses available right now. You can dance, or rally, sorry, to give her the speed that she needs. Now I need to pull Sumia back to safety. Can't do it from this square. Oh, she's pretty far up there. Okay, hold on a second. That's fine. Interesting. I think these guys, I think we can separate them. I think we can make it so that this guy only fights Lonku. Did I rally his speed as well? No, and in fact his health is very low. So that's probably not going to be an option. Well, hold on a second. I can dance for Cordelia. I can heal him. This might work. I have to make sure he's going to survive 39. Let me get Lucina out of here first. I don't need her for anything important. Okay, so this guy, I believe, yeah, this square is only targeted by the Sage. This square is only targeted by the Ruffian. Trickster, sorry. I don't know why I keep calling them Ruffians. Every enemy on the map has Ruffian listed above their class name. I keep calling specifically only the Tricksters, I keep referring to them as Ruffians. Hello Sothis, thank you for stopping by today. How are you doing? Sorry if I don't read every message in chat, it's moving very quickly. Miracle Dang, thank you for being here today. I'm not sure exactly what you guys were talking about, I missed it, but I'm sure it's very interesting. Are you the only one, Draconis asks, am I the only one who thinks the graphics of Fates is the best and the 3D shift in houses and after just makes the game look less? I'm someone who really loves 2D graphics, so I just love the 2D sprites in the 2D games. I think Awakening, like this, what I'm looking at right now, with animations turned off, is pretty close to like the 2D sprites that we had from the old games. So for me, like this looks pretty good. I don't really like the 3D animations all that much in any of the games, and I usually turn them off anyway, both for performance reasons and just to make the game go faster. What's my opinion on Valkyrie for a plus Magic Robin? You want to like it more, but the skill cap is only 38. What do you need? What do you need extra skill for on a Valkyrie? I'm kind of curious what you're running that's requiring so much extra skill. Is there anything special that I do in preparation when giving everyone's loadout? You'd love to learn how to properly itemize without hitting the optimize button. I will try to show that off either later today or in a future stream. Typically, I skip that because I don't want the first 20 minutes of the stream to just be me sorting everyone's inventory. But if you stick around, after this battle, I will optimize my inventory for the next chapter so that you can see what it looks like. Okay, let's calculate Lonku's combat against this guy. We're going to have rally speed. We're going to do this. We're going to rally speed for him. I might even be able to do this. No, I can't. Okay. So I'm going to have to manually calculate it. It's fine. First, let's calculate his attack power. 42 versus our resistance stat is 36. We have to heal back to full. Otherwise, the only way we take a hit is if we heal back to full. The next thing is going to be speed. 38 versus 31. We can actually double him, so that's good. How much damage are we going to deal to him? So he can't kill us. We're going to deal 37 minus 12 is 25. We actually double and kill him. We just have to heal back to full so that he doesn't kill us, because 11 Sword is going to be dealing magic damage, and we have a pretty pitiful resistance stat. So this should be fine. I think Lonku's guaranteed to survive here. We're going to find out if my calcs are correct. God, that's always so scary, but she's guaranteed to survive. This is going to be scary too, yeah. We're using the absolute razor-thin margin of error here. Like, this is very scary. We keep getting our characters dropped down to like 8 HP, 3 HP, but they survive. They're surviving. It's just very, 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 very scary. Okay, let's see if we can start pulling out enemies now on the right-hand side. We can ignore the enemies on the left for now. We can come back and get them later. Before I do that, I'm going to go take a quick break. If you haven't drank any water in the last hour and a half, I recommend that you go do so as well. Olorin thinks the Switch graphics are terrible. I don't really play the Switch that much, so I don't want to comment on it. But I will be right back. And I'm back. Draconis says that they actually like the monastery in Three Houses, which is pretty interesting because I think that's a fairly common complaint. And at least for me as well, I don't love the monastery. It's actually by far my least favorite thing about Three Houses. I'm the type who just wants to like get right into the next battle. I don't want to wander around the monastery. It's pretty. I would say most people agree it's like pretty good on a first playthrough, but it gets tedious on later playthroughs. For me, I didn't even really like it the first time. So you can imagine how much it makes me not want to play Three Houses or replay Three Houses. But actually, let me find out who said that. I saw someone, yeah, Blank gave a really interesting idea, which is to have the monastery be menu-based, like in Koei strategy games, like Sengokushi, Romance of Three Kingdoms, Nobunaga's Ambition, those types of games. I think that would make it a lot more fun for me personally. Just because I wouldn't have to walk around the monastery, I could just quickly do everything through a menu. It would feel more like gameplay and feel less like a walking simulator. But that's my personal opinion. I know a lot of people love Three Houses, so not necessarily trying to trash it. Just I know, based on my attention span and other things, I know what I am capable of doing. Okay, so we can let Severa go for one more turn while we get into position and heal all of our units. I think that's a smart idea. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a wonderful idea. Eight movement. So what I'm trying to set up is so that next turn I can fly up here. I'm going to click Rally Move, and then I'm going to dance for Sumia. Like this. I'm going to go like this. This is what we're going to do next turn. We're going to fly up here. We're going to click Rally Move. Then we're going to dance for Sumia. This is going to give Sumia, Saria, and Noe the position to kind of go anywhere they need to go on the map. And then I'm going to Rally Speed for all three of them before they actually move. Like so. I'm not sure if I just rallied her movement. I don't think I did. Yeah, okay. That's a good thing I didn't accidentally rally her movement. That would have been very stupid. She won't fight anything next turn. She's just going to move to this position, and then I can just pull her back to safety. Because she moves after the enemy's move. So I don't have to worry about anything like that. I'll keep these two paired up for a turn. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to pull her back. What is our rescue range? It is 14 tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I'm going to pull her all the way back here. You get over here. Stop causing me problems. Okay. We are going to rally speed for everyone. We're going to rally everyone's movement. Then we're going to dance for Sumia. Okay, now we have a lot of freedom here. I would love it if Lanku could fight this guy. I think he can. He doesn't have 11 swords, so it should be an even better matchup again compared to the previous one. I saw another... Yeah, sorry. Laughing Seagull, I wanted to respond to your message. You thought 38 would miss a lot more often, and you wanted a higher dual strike chance. Also, they had to leave, so they're probably not going to hear this response, unfortunately, but I'm going to answer it anyway. So, dual strike chance is basically 1/4 of your skill stat. So skill doesn't have a very huge impact. Like, you would need 42 skill cap just to have 1 extra % chance to dual strike, and then 46 to have 2% extra chance. So like the difference between like a 38 skill cap and like a 40 skill cap is nothing when it comes to dual strikes. You need a significantly higher skill cap. Most of the classes only have like a variance of like 2% on their dual strike chance, and 38 is probably not going to miss that often, especially if you have good support skills. If you have especially if you're playing with a Valkyrie, you're gonna have dual support plus, so you're gonna have like plus 30 hit at all times just from your pair-up partner, on top of any other skill. Like if you have Hex, Anathema, any other skill, Charm, any other skills like that, depending on what other skills you have. From Software's next game is gonna be Switch only. Yeah, what is it called? Duskbloods or something like that. It's obviously a Bloodborne sequel. But unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be some kind of like open world, like PvE type game. Like, it looks... I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% on board with it right now. I'm going to be honest. And this is coming from someone... Bloodborne's my favorite game of all time. It doesn't look like it's going to be... It looks like, in terms of like setting and story, it looks like a Bloodborne sequel. In terms of gameplay and game direction, it does not look like a Bloodborne sequel to me. So I feel very reluctantly optimistic. I want it to be very good, but I don't think it's going to play the same as Bloodborne. It doesn't seem like it's going to have all the things that I loved about Bloodborne in it. But I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a great game. You like the class freedom in Three Houses? Yeah, that's the one thing it's pretty good at. But at the same time, having too much class freedom can be a bad thing as well. Who is Severa's dad? We used Frederick for this. We passed down Dual Guard Plus. What are Severa's skills? I'll show you. We haven't looked at her since the beginning of the stream. So this is our Severa. We passed down +2 speed from Cordelia because she doesn't start as a Pegasus. Passing down +2 speed is pretty good. The thing to understand about the +2 skills, not only do they give an immediate benefit, but they also give a long-term benefit, because this allows you to be 2 points ahead of the speed cap. So once she caps her speed, she's going to have an additional +2 speed on top of that. So this +2 speed is very good for her. Dual Guard Plus is very good because it's just going to keep her alive, which she needs. She's going to be a soul tank, so she wants to dodge attacks, she wants to get dual guards, and she wants to take as little damage as possible. Getting Dual Guard Plus and having Frederick as a father is going to help with that. The only problem she has is her speed. The +2 speed kind of helps fix that. Kind of. She's not great. She's not an optimized Severa. You can optimize Severa a lot more than this, but we did the best with what we had available. Okay, so let's see if Lanku can fight this guy. 34 speed, 46 attack. Where's my calculator? Uh, 34 speed, I think we handle. Did I not rally speed for him? Oh, no, he's not getting any speed bonus from Noe. That's why his speed is still quite low. That's fine, though. We don't get doubled, so that's fine. We don't double him, but we don't get doubled. 46 attack. Minus 16 minus 7 is 23. We take that hit like nothing. I hope. So I'm going to go over here. Fly into this position. Now I want to see if there's the tile that's like only affected by maybe this guy. Yes. Okay, this is very, very strong. This is very strong. We can use this to our advantage. So, for this Bolganon, I'm going to use Saria, Thunder Tome, Silver Sword. Here. This does multiple things for us. First of all, the enemy, this enemy here, when he moves into this position, 1, 2, 3, he's going to be in range of Anathema. This is going to boost Lanku's crit rate. Additionally, because Longku is standing in this position, he's going to be next to Saria, so he's going to be getting a support bonus from her. And he's also going to be next to Robin, who has Solidarity. I will show you what Solidarity does. Solidarity gives plus 10 crit to Longku, and it reduces the enemy crit chance by 10. So this is going to prevent the enemy from having a crit chance against Longku, and it's going to give Longku an additional plus 10 crit on top of the 15 that he's getting from Anathema. So he's going to have an additional 25% crit here. So right now his crit rate is 7. So 7 plus 25 is going to be 32. He's essentially going to have a 32% crit chance. Standing in this position right here. We're going to use that to our advantage. Let me make sure this is not 11 sword, is it? No, it's a bow. Okay. Yeah, he can't get into one range with us anyway. And with the rallies, we can enemy phase this guy safely. Then, I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to drop Crom in this position so that he gives Charm to Saria and Longku. And we should be okay. This is going to draw out these two enemies, and only these two enemies, and then it's going to provoke the other enemies to start moving so that we can start chipping them down, chipping away at their formation. Is there any way to block her full movement? Yes, there is. We can stand here and here to buy ourselves an extra turn. I'd love to get some dodges here. We really have not been dodging at all. Okay, unfortunately we didn't get the kill, but we did chip him down enough. Okay, now the tricky part is, oh, this actually works really well. It looks like some of these enemies started either not moving or started moving south. Yeah, this gives us a ton of freedom. Okay, hold on a second. We're in a really good position right now. We're in a really good position. I almost wish I didn't move Lucina away. I didn't realize that I was going to be in such a good spot. I think now we can kill this guy. Or maybe not, he has Pavis. Well, let's see. She deals actually just enough damage to kill him. Okay, so if Noe kills that guy, then we just need Saria and the others to remove these two enemies. I really want to use hit and run attacks. Because if I go forward now, I have to provoke the next enemy group a little bit sooner than I wanted to. Especially with her being on low health. I could Nosferatu here. I'm going to have Nosferatu equipped anyway, in order to survive the next enemy phase. You thought, so in Fates you use Dark Flyer Camilla, and the +2 speed is also really nice to get her cap into a good place. Yeah, having the boosted cap is a very underrated. I think it's probably not as true anymore, but in the past, the like strength +2, skill +2, speed +2, all those skills were fairly underrated. We tended to just like remove them and replace them with other skills, but we're starting to learn. I think Fates really helped change the mentality, because in Fates you have a lot of skills that give like +2 damage or -2 damage from enemies, and those skills are very good in Fates, and it made us go back and realize, like, oh, hold on a second, strength +2 is essentially just +2 damage. Like, defense +2 is essentially just -2 damage. And on top of that, they also increase your cap. So they're very basic, they're very, like, yeah, they're very basic, but they're very, very good. Okay, we definitely need to remove this guy. If I stand here, I'm only in range of an enemy with a silver sword. Can I use that to my advantage? I might be able to do something like this. Ugh. Does he have counter? He does not have counter. Problem is, I think once I trigger him, it's going to start a lot of enemies moving. And I'm going to want to deal with as many of them as I can before they start moving. I almost wish I could get some units over here to the right. That would be awesome. Imagine if I had like a unit here and a unit here. We could pull them two different ways. But it's just too hard to do. We don't have enough units. If I was going to go for like a super optimized strategy, I might try to come up with something like that, where you pull one enemy this way and one enemy this way. But we'd have to spend so many turns repositioning, we would run out of rescue stabs. In fact, we're almost out already. He actually can't reach the tile that I want him to either. Yeah, we moved Libra and Lucina too far back. It would actually be helpful if they were much closer. Alright. Well, let's start with the riskiest action. Nice. Someone got either a strength or a magic level up at some point, and it made it so that we actually, Oh, hold on a second. This guy only has a silver sword, right? Okay. I have an idea. So if I go like this... He doesn't have counter, right? And he doesn't have counter. So if I go like this... There's my javelin here. Unfortunately, that doesn't do what I wanted it to do. I can go like this. If I rally her speed, will she be able to double these guys? Yes. Let me do it from this position. So if I go here, I can use my javelin on this guy. I can even use the steel bow here. Then I can trade the steel lance into her hands, hopefully. I could even just dance her out of the way. We're gonna do this. We're gonna kill this guy with the bronze lance. Get Noe some experience. Nice crit. Doesn't really matter, but it's always nice. Wow, that's a lot of experience. Strength, luck, defense, resistance. Nice. She's gonna be getting a skill very soon. It's not going to help on this map, but it will help in future maps. It's called Quick Burn, and it gives her plus 15 hit and evade on turn 1, and then that bonus slowly fades away. But the first few turns are often the most important turns, so plus 15 hit, plus 15 evade on turn 1 is actually quite incredible. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to trade the Steel Lance into her hands. And then I'm going to... I think just waiting's fine. I can staff, I can mend here. Dance. Let me make sure this guy's not going to one-shot Sumia. I doubt it, but let me just double-check. 41. No, it's not possible. 41 minus 17. Minus 6. Yeah, she's only taking 18 damage here. She's going to be completely fine. Okay, so I'm going to go here and I'm going to rally luck. This is going to allow us to enemy phase this guy while drawing out, I think, these 3. Maybe all of these enemies over here too. I'm not sure. We're going to find out very soon. Alright, let's see what happens. We took even less than I thought because I keep forgetting. Well, not forgetting, but it's usually not important to know. But because she has a weapon triangle advantage, the enemy lost his attack bonus that he gets from his A rank and weapons. Okay, this is very good. We only have to remove these 3 enemies, and then we'll be in the clear. This one is for sure a job for Sumia. In fact, I can just do it right here. This is going to increase my crit chance because I'm standing next to Robin. I will use the Killer Bow. Actually, hold on a second. Yeah, I have to use the Killer Bow. Because using the Killer Bow is going to guarantee that I kill even if I don't crit, but then it also gives me a chance to crit. Because with the Steel Bow, I don't deal enough damage. There we go. I'm very likely to crit when I'm standing next to Robin and paired up with Chrom. So this is not like an unlikely scenario that we're relying on here. Long Ku, I don't know if he can kill this guy, but he can certainly chip this guy. What's his speed? Okay, if I rally effectively, I can probably double these guys. 1, 2, 3. I think if I rally from this position, all of my best attackers are getting a speed boost. We can go like this. I'm going to go for Killer Axe crits. And because I'm using an Iron Bow, I'm playing around Pavis. Got the crit. Nice little experience bonus. Now all I got to do is just get rid of this guy. I'm going to go for Ruin. Do I even need Ruin? I think I can just do it with Thunder. Yeah, I can do this with Thunder. We're using the Silver Sword still. Yeah, that Silver Sword was such a good purchase. I bought a Silver Sword before I started this map because I realized there was like only axe and sword using enemies on this map. Swords are typically not that good in Awakening, but they are incredible in this map, I have to say. Okay, let's try to make some quick headway, get over here before Severa does, so we hopefully don't need to use another rescue staff. Silver Axe. Silver Axe. Fortunately, who I really want over here is probably either Saria or Robin. But they're not in position yet. I could do it with Sumia. I have to make sure that she can survive. 60 damage, that's a lot. Minus 17, minus 6 is 37. She can survive if she heals to full. I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep Elfender equipped even though the enemy has Aegis. I have to access the convoy. Any other concoction. So even though the enemy has Aegis, it's better for me to have Elfender equipped because the enemy has low resistance and he has an axe. So switching to a Javelin is not really that smart. I think we'll be fine. I'll even move over here and rally luck. And then we'll just block Severa's movement again. Buy ourselves some extra turns. Crit. Nope, didn't get any crits. That's fine. Okay, now this whole group started moving. This is going to be tough. This is probably going to be one of the last difficult turns in the map, other than the turn when the reinforcements spawn. When the reinforcements spawn, you have to be very careful. You have to stay away from these walls, because the enemies can move over. They can attack over the walls. You have to stay like out of this corridor, because the enemies can move very far and they can attack into this corridor. You basically have to get like all of your units bunched up here. And then also after that, you have to deal with the fact that you have a bunch of enemies like rushing towards you. And find some way to pick apart their group. I'm very strongly considering the idea of falling back for one turn. I like the idea of falling back for one turn. I can even do this. Silver Sword. Pretty sure I can do this. Steel Lance. Steel Bow. We can remove this guy. He's got a small chance to deal some chip damage to us. Of course he hits. Hello, Jake the Fallible. Welcome to the stream. What is the reason why swords aren't very good in Awakening? So, in Awakening, the weapons are balanced around accuracy and damage. Swords are the only weapon that are, number one, they're one range locked for most swords. Number two, you have no javelins, hand axes, short axes, or short spears. The only option for 2 range is the Levin sword. So your only 1 to 2 range sword is a magical sword, but all of your other swords use the physical stat. So they're only good for characters who have both high strength and high magic, unless you want to be 1 range locked. And then on top of all that, they have the lowest damage of any weapon type in the game, other than I think maybe tomes. I think the weakest tomes are weaker than swords. But the problem is it's very easy to get high accuracy in this game. So if you're using an axe, let me bring up the weapon stats. Serene's Forest. Nope. Serene's Forest. Awakening. So just for example, if you're using a silver sword, you have 11 attack. If you're using a silver axe, you have 15 attack. So you essentially just have like 4 extra points of damage just from using an axe. And the only trade-off is that you have lower accuracy, but it's much easier to improve your accuracy, and there's no real way to improve your damage. So they just have 4 less attack than axes for no reason, essentially. And then on top of that, they also don't have physical, like spammable 1-2 range options, like hand axes and lances. And like tomes. Tomes have 1 to 2 range. Axes have 1 to 2 range. Lances have 1 to 2 range. Bows are 2 range locked, but bows have a lot of properties that make them very strong. Unlike swords, which don't really have any good properties. Okay. If I stand in this position, I think it leaves me in range of the tomahawk user. The question is, can I survive 55 damage? 55 minus 13 is 42. I would have to heal to full. I can do that by hitting him with Nosferatu. Let me, I gotta get rid of this guy too, though. That's the problem. Can Lucina get in there? Yes, she can. Does he have Vantage? No, he does not. Can I one-shot him? Yes, I can. We're just picking up kills for Lucina wherever we can, getting her close to that crucial level 10 benchmark that she desperately needs. Okay, that frees up a lot of territory. This guy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He cannot reach this tile. So if Saria attacks from here, I have a huge stack of Nosferatu tomes, so I'm not worried about that. I'm gonna rally her speed. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna use Nosferatu. Is it worth using Nosferatu, or should I just heal? I can just heal, right? Yeah, I can just do this. Just heal. So now we survive this guy's attack, and we don't need to heal back to full because nothing else can hit us. So we can just use Thunder Dome here. We can save Nosferatu charges. Now we do have to kill this guy, but it's pretty likely. All we need is a dual strike or a crit. We have a high crit chance, we have a high dual strike chance. Okay, now we're gonna enemy phase against this fellow. And then we could potentially draw this guy out, but he has a killer axe, so I'd rather player phase him. So I'm going to get everybody out of his range. I'm not going to fight him this turn. It's much smarter to just run away from him. Unparallel my units, so I have plenty of actions available next turn. Severa. I have to be careful because she might attack. I think she might attack this guy. I think I have to pull her back. I'm pretty sure she's going to attack that guy. Luckily, I had 1 more rescue staff available. Well, let me pull her back as far as I can if I'm going to do this. Buy myself a few extra turns. That's my last rescue staff on Lisa. I do have a few others. Unfortunately, I wanted to heal Sumia, but I can do it another way. I can do this. Then I can just use the concoction. Because Lisa's action was spoken for. Alright, so if Saria survives here, which she should, yeah, survives on 4. We're totally fine. Now we just have to remove this guy on player phase, and then we've got as much time as we need to set up our Holland Severa recruitment. Isn't there something weird, like if Holland dies, she does something? Let me find her. I can't remember if Holland disappears or if... Yeah, she becomes an enemy if Holland dies, but I don't know if he disappears when Severa talks to him. That's what I have to find out. Let me find him on the list. He's somewhere on here. I know he is. Holland. Yeah, he leaves the map if Severa talks to him. Okay, so if Severa talks to him, we don't have to worry about keeping him alive. We just have to worry about keeping all of our other units alive. So let's focus on that. Finally, we can have Lisa and Henry start contributing to doing something other than just keeping Severa away from the red units. Who do we want to give this kill to? I love the idea of giving it to Lonku or Lucina, so let's start with that idea in mind. So I'm going to have Lonk shoot at the enemy, and if this fails to kill, which it probably will not kill, we can potentially let Lucina finish him off. She might not have enough damage. We can possibly get her enough damage. Is there any way to get her +6 attack? Probably not. I can use the 11 sword. I don't know if that's really worth 11 sword charge. Let me just do this. That's much smarter and much better than what I was trying to do. Also get some levels onto Crom, who also needs experience. Okay, and I'm just gonna go like this. 18, he does not have Vantage. I don't have to worry about him hitting me first. And I have enough damage to guaranteed kill him. And I got Aether. I don't like Aether, personally. It's just too unreliable. Alright, I'm gonna dance for her. No, I'm not, because she triggered Gale Force already. Okay, so the scary thing is I have to make sure I get all of my other units out of here. I can't just have like one person go up here to recruit Holland. I think Holland doesn't attack. Let me double check that as well while I'm here. Holland doesn't attack, right? Yeah, he does not attack. Okay. So, another thing you can do, by the way, if you want to buy yourself extra time, is you can just position units around Holland. It stops Severa from talking to him, which stops the reinforcements from spawning. We don't really need to do that, but it's funny that you can do that if you want to. I've used it before. I can't remember when, but I had to use it one time. I think I was just having trouble getting all of my other units into the corner fast enough because Severa was ahead of the rest of my army. If I go like this, we can just start moving everyone up here into the corner. Sure, why not? Pretty good, actually. Promoted experience. Now, if I was smart, I could do something like this. In fact, I'm going to do something like this. Yes, this is very smart. This is very smart. I'm going to do this. Rather than having all my units stuck in the corner, I'm going to have my best units over here, where they can move to engage these enemies before the enemies can get into the corner. In fact, let me see who spawns from this bottom right tile. I bet I can... There's a small chance I might even be able to do something about this. Reinforcements. On the turn, Severa talks to Holland. On the lower right of the 4 northern stairs is a Berserker with a Tomahawk. Berserkers have how much movement? Berserker, Tomahawk. He has 6 movement. So he is going to move to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Here, this position. I am going to be standing here with a hand axe equipped. Then I'm going to put this group over here. I'm going to leave them out of range of all enemies, but within the range so that Sumiya can fly in and get a Gale Force kill. The rest of my units need to move into this corner. Actually, is that true? Can I just put them behind the other two? No, because I need at least 2 units to block these stairs. So I need units up here for sure. I think over here's fine. This is far enough away for the rest of my crew. So I'm blocking these 2 stairs so that reinforcements don't come out. There's going to be 4 reinforcements that are going to come from here. Robin should kill this one on the turn when he spawns. Or at the very least damage him. Sumiya and Crom, I could potentially put them in range of just this guy. Let me see who comes out of the bottom left staircase. Bottom left staircase. Lower left, lower left, lower left. The lower left of the 4 northern stairs is unfortunately an assassin. I do not want to enemy face an assassin that's going to come out on as an ambush spawn because I have no idea what skills he's going to have. I don't know how fast I'm going to need to be. I almost wish I could get Cordelia back over here and rally speed for Robin, but it is what it is. We're here. We'll just stick with what we've got. Okay, I think I just have to hit end turn a couple times now. Excuse me. Now we should have Severa under our control. Yes. Okay, the enemies actually don't spawn on this turn. This is so much more lenient than I remembered it being. For some reason, I thought they actually spawned like right now. Like they would have come out and attacked us like right now. But apparently that's not the case. Either way, we're going to stick with what we've got. Everything should go to plan here. We have Axe Breaker, so unless that guy got exactly Luna and Hawkeye, he was very unlikely to deal any damage to us. Now we just need to start chipping away at these reinforcements. And maybe some of these enemies over here started moving that were originally stationary. I'm not sure. I can't tell. It kind of seems like they started moving. Thoron and Bolganon. Okay. Silver Sword. Fortunately, I cannot get the doubling that I wanted. Yeah, unfortunately, having to set up for these reinforcements doesn't leave you with a lot of options. I think what I would have done if I was going to redo this again, I would have only put 2 units up here to block these stairs, and I actually would have kept everyone else down here to deal with the enemies coming out, so we can continue to use these passageways to our advantage instead of splitting up my army, which might not have been as good of an idea as I thought it was. Yeah, this guy's a 4% hit chance against us, which is basically essentially 0. What about these guys? I don't think I can take attacks from these guys, unfortunately. Maybe him and him. He will hit me guaranteed for 22. Doesn't really matter. So what if I move Robin, like, down here? And just keep doing what I was already doing. And then this guy is going to be a bit of a problem. I don't think I can get rid of him with Gale Force attacks. Because I'm not fast enough. Yeah, I'm not fast enough. I have an idea, though. I'm going to chip him down. Let me make sure I can actually rescue. Oh yeah, I'm plenty close enough. I think if I get a dual strike, this guy still survives. Yeah. So what I should have done was kept my entire army together, but I can fix that just by doing this. Pull Sumia back over here. I can even dance for her. Yeah, Robin should be okay. I can potentially pull the Bolganon Sorcerer away, but I actually prefer if Robin fights him. So we're just going to do this. We want Severa to get as much experience as possible, but that's not going to be very easy. I also want her to use a Master Seal right now. Can I get her over to Crom? I think so. Gotta be careful, because the enemy can't attack over that wall. Okay, we have a Master Seal. We're gonna want a Bronze Axe. We can use the Forged Bronze Axe. Should I give her an Arm Scroll? Yeah, she'll be fine. Killing Edge. Is there any other good sword that she has access to? 8. Not really. Okay. We are going to promote directly into Hero because it's just one of the best classes in this game. Jake the Fallible says, is it at all possible to block the reinforcements from spawning, or do you need the units for the rest of the map? So you can actually block all of the reinforcements from spawning if you want to. The reason I'm not doing that is because I want the experience. These guys are giving me very good experience. And I can kill them pretty easily. So, in my opinion, it's worth it to just fight them. Like these 4 enemies right here. I could have blocked all 4 of these staircases if I wanted to, before Severa talked to Holland, and it would have stopped these 4 from spawning. But they're giving me like 50 experience each, which is quite good. So I'd rather get that 50 experience from each of these enemies. Okay, Lonk, you're gonna get this chest while you're here. Free Levin Sword. I need her to get over here so she can rally speed for people next turn. Alright, we should be fine this turn. Unless that guy lands his 4% hit against Robin. Although Robin just procced Soul twice, so Robin's fine anyway. Cool. And then because this guy moved up against the wall, we can actually hit him across the wall and kill him with a Gale Force attacker, if we want to. This could be an option. We can also do this. 19. Unfortunately, we're short 1 point of damage. That's funny. We can rally her speed, though. I gotta say, I mentioned this during the last stream, but I'm typically the kind of person who doesn't get the best use out of rallies. I'm very much starting to learn now, like this run specifically, I'm just really feeling the value of rally speed. I'm getting a ton of value out of it, and it's making me feel like I'm improving my rally gameplay, which is something that I've always struggled with in the past, just like finding good ways to use it effectively. Alright, is there anyone we can give this kill to? not her. 55. She can't get over there fast enough, and I doubt she could get the kill. Hold on a second. 6. Yeah, she can't get the kill. If I can leave this guy on low health, I can give this kill to Severa. But I don't know how to leave him on low health safely. He's a very dangerous enemy. (21 times 2). I'm actually going to unequip my steel bow here and go for this. We were very likely to dodge that anyway, but it also wouldn't have killed us. Okay, so I go like this. Pair up with Frederick. Pair up with her father. Go like this. I think she can get this kill. Oh yeah, very easily. I can even start building my axe rank. Nice. Yeah, we want her to level up as fast as possible. She needs to catch up to my other units quickly. Very, very quickly. Now this one I will give to Saria, and in fact I might even be able to leave her in range of this guy. Maybe not though, because of the speed. 34, no, she doesn't get doubled. What does his damage look like? Hold on one second. You forgot that I'm not doing any grinding. Yeah, basically the whole point of this run is showing off that you can beat Lunatic Plus without grinding, and you don't need to just do like a meat grinder, like end turn, enemy phase, Robin kills everything strategy. Like you can actually play the game like the way, like I would say for the most part we have played this map. I mean, we're relying on Robin a lot. I think we use Saria more than we use Robin. That's the thing. Not only did we use Saria more than we use Robin, but we also have been relying on Sumia, Crom, Lonku, Cordelia, probably more than Robin. Like all more than Robin. Like we have built an actual true team of units. Okay, so let me make sure this guy doesn't one-shot her now. He's going to deal less than 46 damage. Yeah, he's not going to deal anywhere near enough. Okay. Thunder. Oh, unfortunately, Thunder doesn't one-shot. We can one-shot it with Nosferatu. Katarina's Bolt also works. I wish I just had 2 extra magic damage here. Because all my other tomes are like more valuable. And the Thunder Tome is the most accurate as well. But I can't let him get an opportunity to counterattack me, so I have to make sure this kills him. And with that in mind, I think the Katarina's Bolt is actually the best play. Where's the physics staff? Probably you. You know, this is not even worth a physics staff. Alright, so with the remaining enemies, one of my main goals is going to be finding ways to chip them down and then safely feed the kills to Severa. We possibly could have intentionally left him on low health. Okay, so these enemies do start moving. That's good to know. For some reason, I thought they never started moving until you aggroed them. Unfortunately, that means we're gonna have to. We're probably not gonna be able to give most or even any of these kills to Severa because of the way this worked out. Rex Caliber here is extremely scary. I feel pretty comfortable. 48. What's my crit rate with Ruin? 69. I have 96 hit and 69 crit. Come on. That does not happen by accident. That's funny. Unfortunately, this guy kills Saria. He has the... Oh god, he has the Luna Hawkeye combination, even. It's like, it's even worse than you would think. And Rexcalibur, so like, Sumia can't fight him either. I don't know how I actually do not know how I'm gonna get rid of this guy. This is like a nightmare enemy. He has 48 attack. He's gonna ignore most of our resistance. He deals triple damage against my best resistance tank. He cannot miss. How do I get rid of him? How in the world do I get rid of that enemy? I can get rid of him while I'm here. Are there more javelins in the convoy? Yes, okay. Hold on, does this guy have plus movement? No, he doesn't, okay. You have to be very careful, because when the tricksters roll plus movement, they can get overlapping ranges with the other enemies. I'm gonna grab a silver lance while I'm here. No, I have one already. What else do I need? Nothing really. Okay. This should be a pretty much guaranteed kill. Oh, gotta make sure to equip Crom. This should be a pretty much guaranteed kill. Yeah. Now what I might be able to do is enemy phase this guy with Crom. 48, that is a lot of damage. He's going to deal 42 damage to Crom. Crom survives on 1 if I can get him back to full health. I think we can do this. Crom here. Do I have a resistance tonic? I do. In fact, I can use a ward staff. Resistance tonics. I can kind of use all of them. Well, maybe not. I know I can do this. I'm gonna go into the convoy. No, hold on a second. I'm gonna mend first. I can use a regular heal, right? Yeah, I'm gonna heal. Heal first. Rally speed. Dance for her. Go into the convoy. Take the ward staff. Use it on Crom. In fact, I'm going to give him the killer bow. I want to make sure this guy dies. This guy is extremely dangerous. I want to make sure he dies. Okay. Now all we have to do is move all of our other units out of his range. Which should be doable. I think everyone's safe now. I'll even stand here so we get the benefit of Anathema. Anathema affects up to 3 squares away. It's like a knight's move in chess. So if the enemy is a knight's move away from Henry, they will be affected by Anathema, which makes it extremely versatile, extremely valuable. I'm going to stay over here with this pair. I'm going to stay over here with this pair. It could potentially bait enemies into moving up against that wall. The extra resistance from the resistance tonic and the ward staff guaranteed our survival there. Now we have a couple of tricky enemies to deal with. This one shouldn't be too bad. This guy isn't too dangerous. The overlapping range with him, I would say, is the biggest problem. If I can potentially rally Robin's speed or Saria's speed, I think she can fight both of these guys. I would say Robin is probably the smarter play because he has better defense. .33 speed versus 14 speed. He actually has better. She actually has better speed with the Robin pair up, but Robin has better defense with the Saria pair up. Let me see how much damage they're gonna do. 46 plus 55. 101. She's going to take minus 27. Minus 27 is 47 damage. She's going to take 47 damage. I'd have to use Nosferatu. Am I fine with doing that? She has to use Nosferatu. She has to heal to full. But they have... Actually, hold on. Both of them have Aegis. Never mind. This is a job for Robin. Okay, so let's calculate Robin's survival then. They have 101 damage. Robin's going to take... she gives plus 6, right? Yeah. Robin's going to take... minus 39, minus 39. Robin's going to take... 101 minus 39, minus 39. No, 101 minus 39, minus 39. Robin's going to take 23 damage, so Robin's totally fine here. So let me make sure I can get rid of this guy first. I feel pretty confident on this one. I'm not taking too much damage. Got him. Sumia is so clutch, guys. Yeah, Alyssa might be able to fight the guy who has, what was it, Elwind? Or whatever tome he had. It was a wind tome, I remember. But it won't be needed in this case. The reason I usually don't give Lisa much combat is just because she gets so much experience from using a staff anyway. It's better to have her use a staff every turn if she can. Do I have any brave weapons? Not yet. I don't think I found any. Will I make a Chapter 5 Lunatic Plus guide? Yes, it's going to be the very next video. Well, maybe not the very next video, but the next Lunatic Plus video is going to be the Chapter 5 guide. I'm doing them in order. I'm going to do every chapter in the game. That's big part of the reason why I'm doing these streams. So I stand here. Cordelia can rally my speed, but then I have to get her out of the way so that this guy doesn't shoot her. But I think I can do that. So if I stand here, will he be able to hit me with a sword? He will. Will he choose to do so? I'm not sure. It's tricky. I have to be standing in this spot to receive the rally speed. But if I'm standing in this spot, then he can hit me with a sword, which he'll probably choose to do. Whatever. So I rally speed here. Then I dance for her to get her out of the way. I can even do this. Hold on, let me move all these units first. Henry first for sure. Severa, pair her up. Okay, so these squares are all safe, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to... actually don't have any healing staves. Are there any in the convoy? Recover. Is that worth it? Not really. She has Lancefare now, by the way. She just got Lancefare. I kind of glossed over that. All right, let's just do this. Considering the fact that she has Lancefare already, and we're probably going to be benching her and replacing her with Severa quite soon, it's not really that important to have her using expensive staves just to gain experience. Okay, now I need to make sure this group is out of harm's way, which I can do, like so. Here and here. Okay, we should be fine. Nice soul proc, I don't think it was needed. Dual strikes help a lot. We really want to get rid of these guys. Yeah, he goes for the sword. It's because I have an axe equipped. And honestly, his sword might do more damage than his bow. No, a bow should deal more damage than a sword, I think. I don't know. Yeah, bow should deal more damage than a sword. So he should prefer to attack with the bow, but because I had an axe equipped, he probably liked the axe advantage. Okay, if I can chip this guy down, I can potentially give this kill to Severa. So let me start with that notion. I can potentially do this if I don't land any crits. I shouldn't be in any danger. No crits, good. Now I can give Severa another kill, I should be able to. Also build some support with her parents. That's not a great combat forecast. Okay, hold on. Is this worth risking? I think if I go into the convoy... Well, hold on a second, there's a couple things I can do first. I'm pretty sure if I go into the convoy and I get a more accurate sword, this should be guaranteed. And if that fails, I can have Lonku fly over and get the kill. So yeah, I think we're okay here. So I'm gonna go like this. Doesn't really matter what he has equipped. In fact, he can trade. He can take the steel sword and equip that. I'm going to put her into the lead. I'm going to go into the convoy. I'm going to try to grab a more accurate sword, which hopefully still deals enough damage to get this kill. Yeah, the bronze sword does it. I figured that would be the case. We're already level 2 hero, looking very strong. Strongest tsundere right here. Fluffy, it's a good thing Severa inherits her skills at the start of the map, otherwise she'd get Lance Fair when we're done with this chapter. Oh, that's true, yeah. If I moved Henry, I don't think that would have worked. Let me check, though. No, you're right, actually, moving Henry would have worked. That's a really good call-out. By the way, hello, Jerbear, thank you for being here today. Hello, Arch Linux, thank you for stopping by today. Are all of my chapter guides done on the same save file? Everything up to chapter 12 is going to be the save file that I was doing at the start of these runs. When I got to chapter 12, I got stuck because I spread my experience around too much because I was trying to show off different things, like on stream and stuff like that. So I had to redo everything up to chapter 12. When I get to that point, I'm going to drop the archived footage of all of like my clear of chapter 1 to 12 that I did really fast off stream, and then the guides from chapter 13 and onward are going to be based on the streams that you're watching, like right now, for example. Hello, Turbogast. Thank you for being here today. Sothis says the mother gets benched for the daughter. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. It's just the next generation coming along. Alright, let's get rid of this guy. Is this a Severa kill? Potentially. Probably not, but potentially no. In fact, she can't even get over there. What about Freddy? Could give it to him, but he doesn't need experience. We're kind of done with Frederick as a unit. I'll just give it to Saria. We're training her. She doesn't have very many options that are considerably accurate. Maybe one range. That boosts my accuracy by a lot. It's still not guaranteed. If I miss, do I have a bailout option? I think I do. I have a rescue staff. Oh, by the way, Vengeance plays around Aegis and Pavis. That's another really good thing about Vengeance users. Okay, that went pretty well. That was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Looks like 86% of people were correct. I was able to beat this chapter today. I mean, assuming we can get past the boss, which we should be able to do. I mean, if we got past everything else so far, we should be able to beat the boss. Now we just have to go through the tedious process of moving our units all the way back across the map. And in fact, let's start using some staves, getting some free experience while we're here. I think actually Lissa wants it more than anyone else. Is that true? Yeah, I think it is. I think actually at this point Lissa is the character who needs staff experience more than anyone else. Maybe Libra. Lissa and Libra. He gave away all of his staffs to Cordelia, of course he did. Let's do this. No, I actually don't know where the men's staff is right now. Who has the men's staff? Did it break? I have no idea where the men's staff is. I think it broke. Puchivert says, don't talk too early. Imagine dying trying to get more experience onto Severa. Oh, I'm sure it's happened to people before. I don't think that's happened to me before, specifically on this map. I think on this map, every time I've gotten to this point, I beat it. The one time I had like a huge mess up was I went into this map and I actually did not bring a lock touch unit with me. So I had to use the master key to open this, and then I had to take the key out of the convoy to open this. You only get like a very, very small number of keys in this game. So having to use 2 keys on this chapter was absolutely devastating. But I didn't want to restart the entire chapter over, so I just did it. It wasn't really a better option. I believe you can shoot this guy over the wall if you really want to as well. Could be funny. Probably not needed. Yeah, Mend only had one more use left, and Cordelia was holding it. Yeah, I think she used it. Somebody used it. Okay, we have a lot of healing to do. I'm sorry, guys. This is the boring part of the stream. This chapter is pretty expensive in terms of staff economy. Oh yeah, we used, well, honestly, a full stack of rescue staves is only about 1,200 gold. It's only 1,200 gold. We used 1 full stack and then a few extra staves. So we probably used about 1,500 gold in terms of rescue staves. And then on top of that, of course, we used a lot of healing. Just like because we fought a ton of enemies and you had to heal, but you have to heal in every chapter. So I don't really count that against this chapter. I only count like the extra expense of this chapter was really just like an extra 1,500 gold in rescue staves, which is a lot, but it's not like an unbelievable amount. It's not like, oh my god, I can't believe it costs that much just to recruit Severa. Like, you know, that's a workable amount of gold, and we just got 5,000 gold back, so we're pretty fine. Okay, I would like to get some experience onto Severa here if possible. I don't know how essential it is to get Tomebreaker right now, but if we can get Saria up to level 15, that might be nice too. This guy's a Silver Axe and he has counter, unfortunately. That's going to be an issue. We're going to want to draw him out and then player face him. This guy is a little bit less of a concern. Very, very small amount less of a concern. If I do something like this... I was hoping I would double him. Hold on a second, I can do it like this. This should be enough to double. Okay. I actually don't want to crit here, I want to give the experience to other characters. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to drop them back over here. This should motivate this enemy, and possibly this enemy as well, to both start moving. having him chipped down more than half of his health is going to make the next turn a lot easier. Then I'm going to get everybody in range of Cordelia, so when she rallies speed, she's going to be rallying speed for everybody. Because Berserkers are pretty fast. I can also just pair up units who I know I'm going to want paired up. This should be fine. Alright, let's see what the enemies do. Yeah, they both start moving, that's great. Okay, so unfortunately this guy has Vantage, so we have to kill him with somebody who can attack at 2 range. We can maybe give this one to Lucina. Not particularly. We could possibly get her to double though, so let's start with rally speed. And what is her speed now? 29. So if I can give her +5 speed, she can double here. Assuming a pair-up will let her do it, but all those squares are blocked. Okay, what if I start with this? Chip this guy down. He does not have Vantage. So if I chip him down, I can give this kill to Severa. 33. Unfortunately, we're very likely to just crit and kill this guy. And there's no bronze weapons in this game. Robin is a little bit less likely to crit, and deals a little bit less damage. So maybe Robin here, but then if we do crit, the problem is if we do crit, we want Saria to get the experience, not Robin. I'm thinking of just leaving Robin in Hero, by the way. Sorcerer would be very good, but there's a lot of advantages to being in Hero. Particularly the fact that they give an insane +12 speed to Saria. If I switch over to Sorcerer, she's not going to be getting that +12 speed anymore. Which is going to make a pretty big difference in her combat performance. Hello, Tiamat. Thank you for being here today. I spend more money on the weapon uses, yeah. Have I ever played any Game Boy Advance Fire Emblem games? Yes, I have. I played 6, 7, and 8. I played Fire Emblem 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. I've played a little bit of 4. I haven't finished it yet. I'm actually playing it on stream, technically. But I put those streams on hold for several months. I'm thinking of coming back to it soon, though. I've played... I did play Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, but I didn't beat either game. I only played them pretty casually. It was during a period of my life when I didn't really play very many video games. So it's like I knew I liked Fire Emblem, so I got them just to try them out, but then I ended up not finishing them. I've played Shadow Dragon and New Mystery of the Emblem, the DS remake. I've played Awakening. I've played all the Fates games. I've played 3 Houses. I have not played Engage. And my friend owned a copy of Shadows of Valentia, and I played like the first chapter, and I didn't actually play the game beyond that. Alright, let's do this. We really want to set up this kill. In fact, hold on a second. Yeah, no. This should be fine. 32. So this will at least give us an idea of like if it's even possible for her to fight one of these guys. She takes a lot of damage. She doesn't really do very much. She can deal like 14 damage. I can get her a pair up to deal a little bit more. She's not doubling right now, but she might if she gets a good speed pair up, right? 27. No, she's probably not doubling these guys no matter what. So the big thing is going to be getting strength on her. So Noe is actually probably her best pair up partner for +7 strength. Alright, before that, let's remove this guy. I'm gonna have Chrom do it. Chrom and or Lucina. Just shoot him with a steel bow, right? That was exact lethal. Actually, it would have been nice if I could leave him on 1 HP, because then I could have given the kill to anyone I wanted. Alright. I'm looking at the comparison between these two. They're like relatively equal, but Severa is 4 levels lower. And Severa has much better skills, and she has much better long-term prospects. Well, okay. Lucina does have Gale Force, which is like the best skill, but other than that, I think Severa has like, yeah, pretty good skills for what she wants to do. Okay. If I do this, I can deal 18 damage. And then you can deal 35 damage total. I can actually give this kill to Severa. So let's do this. So we want to not crit here. We also wanted to not get Aether, but what can you do about it? I really dislike Aether. I really don't like it at all. It's unreliable, and it just procs in like the worst case scenario. Okay, so Severa, unfortunately, is probably not going to get very much more experience on this chapter. Maybe none. I don't know if I can get her to a position where she can safely fight the boss. She might not have enough HP or defense. Let me start dumping my other characters up here. You two are probably not going to be needed. He's a sage. He's not particularly fast. He doesn't have any good physical defense. Honestly, if I can get Severa to survive against him, I think she can fight him. The problem is that he has Vantage, which means even if I chip him down, I won't be able to just like give her the kill shot. Unless I can guarantee that she survives a hit. In which case, she can just fight him anyway. Sage Henry. No, this should be Sorcerer. Yeah, this is Sorcerer Henry. The sprite looks pretty similar to the Sage sprite, though. Yeah, Aether's annoying. Yeah, GBA games have buyable keys, which is like much more convenient. Awakening, you can't buy them. You only get a couple of keys throughout the duration of the entire playthrough. You have to basically ration them for the entire playthrough. You have to make sure, like, hey, I'm gonna need these keys for the entire playthrough. I can't just use them on this chest just because it's here. Especially if I have a lock touch unit. Like, just use the lock touch unit, save the key for later. And then in Fates, the keys just disappear after the chapter's over, which kind of makes the most logical sense if you think about it. Like, the key for one door is not always going to work for every other door in the world. But it is kind of funny. Another ward staff usage could help here. Yeah, you're right about that. Alright, well, let's see what her combat looks like at base. Not fantastic. He has an insane crit rate. He deals more damage than she can possibly take. And he doubles her. We can solve possibly some or all of these problems. So which pair-up partner is going to fix the most of those problems? Robin pair-up is actually pretty good here because of Solidarity, but honestly that crit rate is so high I don't know how to play around that crit rate. Maybe with Rally Luck. So we actually are going to need Libra. Does the special dance give luck? It does give resistance, so that's a small bonus there. Okay, so we're going to presume we're going to have Rally Luck, and we're going to have Rally Speed. That reduces the crit rate and stops him from doubling us. With the Robin pair-up, the crit rate should go down by at least 10 more. I could potentially even do it with just like another pair-up, but I don't think so. Yeah, he has Focus, which is part of the problem. I can also give her some stat boosters. I'm planning to use her as a long-term unit, so using stat boosters on her right now is like totally fine. So like, for example, like Talisman on her is like pretty good, because we're going to be using her as an enemy face tank for the rest of the game. She can also use at least one Speed Wing. Energy Drop, I'm going to save for later. Seraph Robe is really good because she's going to be a soul tank. I'm going to use all of these stat boosters on Severa. I wouldn't normally do this, but people specifically voted that they wanted me to use Severa. So I need to make her as strong as possible, and in order to make her as strong as possible, I need to give her stat boosters right away, so that she doesn't get killed by enemies. And then these are still also going to benefit her in the long term. Okay. I don't think we have anyone with rally resistance, unfortunately. We can use the ward staff. I'm going to give it to Lissa. We don't have very many charges left, so if we can do it without warding, it's going to be better. I need to heal first. And of course, remember, we're just checking her combat at base. So in the end, she's also going to have a pair up, which is going to be even nicer. Okay, so rally speed and rally luck. That puts her at the point where she doesn't have great accuracy. The enemy still has a 13% crit chance. The enemy does not kill her anymore. Unless he crits. So all we have to do now is remove the crit chance. That's not going to do it. I think we need the Robin pair up to remove the crit chance. Just because Solidarity is so powerful. I also don't particularly want to dual strike here. Wow, that only drops it to 9. I do not know how to safely fight this guy. I don't think we have any talismans. It's funny how here 20% crit is considered high, and in every other game with 50% is still considered pretty low. I never really thought about that. Lucina gives luck, does she? The problem is I'll be missing Solidarity if I pair up with Lucina though. Might work though. I can possibly get the value of Solidarity. Oh, hold on a second. I have an idea. This might work. So what if I stand here, or in fact even here? Yeah, and I'm gonna have other characters around me to give me support bonuses. Unfortunately, I don't deal any damage, so that doesn't work. I need a weapon capable of dealing damage. I could use an arm scroll. In fact, this is a really good time to use an arm scroll, so I can get hand axe usage right away. I've been holding the arm scroll for a long time. Using it right now jumps me immediately from E rank to D rank, and it also gives me B rank sword bonuses too. So this, I think that was a really good arm scroll. So if I go like this, I can hand axe this guy. This is going to allow me to pair up with the unit who's going to give me the highest luck. So let me go check what the highest luck bonus is. Sorry, I gotta bring up Serene's Forest again. It should be Lucina. I think you guys are right, but there might be other considerations. Sometimes it's not always as straightforward as it seems. So pair up. Luck. Lord, Great Lord, Myrmidon, Swordmaster. Yeah, that's basically it, actually. It's basically just Lord and Great Lord are the only ones that give really good luck bonuses. Hello, Gable. I didn't see your message, but I saw that you're here. Arm scroll ran into hand axe. No rally. Oh, I didn't rally this time. Okay, that obviously makes a difference as well. We're slowly working our way there. We're slowly figuring things out. Okay, so we're going to rally luck. We're going to rally speed. We're going to get the Lucina pair up. This actually gives speed and luck too, which is really good. Those are both of the stats that she needs. In this position, now we actually double. We don't get doubled anymore. We reduce the crit chance down to 8, which is very good, because if it's 8, we should be able to benefit from Solidarity. This should drop it from 8 to 0, I think. Yes. Okay, we're safe. We are 100% safe. Is there anyone who she can build support with? Frederick, I guess. Okay, so my idea is actually to have her attack right now and then heal her afterwards. But I'm gonna wait and see. I want to see what how much I can heal for. So I'm gonna do this. I can also stand here to get the benefits of Anathema onto this enemy, increase her crit chance. I forgot to equip the hand axe. That's fine. So we should be safe. Oh my god. Okay, can I heal her for 40? I cannot. So this is going to be a slow burn. We're going to have to do this over many turns. I can also special dance for her. I forgot to do that. This is going to give me an extra 2 res. Okay. So I can't heal myself for 40. So what I should be doing is just only enemy phasing. So I'm going to go like... Hold on a second. No, don't do that. Because I couldn't rally luck this turn. Okay. Go here. Got the hand axe equipped. I'm going to rally luck. I'm going to rally speed. And I'm going to see what happens. I have the hand axe equipped, right? Okay. She's better off building support with Lucina anyway, since she gets automatic C support from Frederick after she joins. Can Cordelia heal? She is capable of healing, however she doesn't necessarily need to. Have I played Fire Emblem 8? Yes, I played all the GBA games. Fire Emblem 8's pretty good. Pretty good game, I would say. I think this is fine. I think we just sit here and do this for a few turns. And Severa is going to gain some experience. I don't see any flaws in this plan. I'm going to check every single turn to make sure that the enemy doesn't have lethal, just so I don't miss anything. He doesn't have Vengeance, does he? No, okay. Yeah, the Sage and the Sorcerer portraits look very similar. Oh, I got a crit. Crit's actually not that good because I'm losing out on experience that I would get. Oh, forgot to rally luck. I think I'm still fine. Yeah, I'm actually still fine even without rally luck, which is kind of cool. Alright, let's try this again. I actually don't want to crit here. I got the crit. That's fine. I could have got one more turn of combat if I didn't crit there. But that's level 3. On her join chapter, she's level 10-3. Pretty good. We got a good amount of experience onto her. It's very difficult. It's very difficult just because of the high quality of enemies and how much of them are rushing you. It's difficult to get a lot of experience onto Severa. I think that was probably about as much as we could have gotten. Do Lucina and Severa support, or do you just do it for fun? They don't support, right? I'm not sure. I don't think they do. I can check. We're planning to support her with Noara. Severa. Yeah, no. No Lucina. Lucina supports with... Where is she? She's behind my second monitor. Hold on. She supports with Kiel, Cynthia, and Tiki. Why were Lucina and Severa paired up? Because Severa needed speed and luck to avoid being crit and avoid being doubled. Mirror Fanboy says, I finally got around to playing Fire Emblem 8 recently. Should I go Erica or Ephraim route? Either one's fine. I think Ephraim route's a little bit harder, maybe. But Erica route has some tough maps, too. I think Ephraim route gives you more of the story, more of the main story. Erica kind of goes off on her own adventure, and then they meet back up again. But some people might feel differently. Also, the best parts of Fire Emblem 8 are very character-driven, rather than like main story-driven. So like the good character stories on Erica's art are probably just as good as the character stories on Ephraim's arc. Yeah, a lot of people say Erica for the first attempt, especially because you start with Erica at the start of the game, so it makes more sense to just stick with her for a while. Alright, so she's got her automatic supports with her parents. I'm not going to read all the support conversations today, especially because someone asked me to do item prep on stream, and I'm considering possibly starting another chapter. I don't know if we're going to beat another chapter today, but I want to at least take a look at the next potential chapter. Sumi and Lucina got their CB support. That's actually nice because these units are going to remain on our roster for the long term. Alright, so let's look at our Severa. Let's see how she compares to some of our other units. So she's definitely not as strong as Robin. despite being in the same class. She's 11 points of strength lower. But if she gets a level, if she gets strength every single level, she'll actually have more strength than him eventually. I don't think she will, but just in theory. Her skill is about 11 points lower again. She's probably not going to gain 11 points of skill over the next 15 levels, but she might. Speed, she's significantly slower. Well, not really, actually. She's only 5. She's only 6 points of speed slower, so she can actually catch up in speed. Her luck is significantly lower. Her defense is significantly lower, but we have plus defense Robin. Her res is actually pretty equal, and it's going to end up being better than Robin's defense, so that's one advantage that she has. These two are going to end up being pretty similar. Robin's probably going to be slightly better all around, but a lot of that is just from having a ton of extra levels. But because Severa has a lower internal level, she's also going to level up pretty fast, whereas Robin's levels are going to start to slow down, even with the benefits of Veteran. Most people consider Ephraim's boat map to be a nightmare. Boat map with Fog of War on your first attempt. I hate Fog of War, by the way. You wish Fire Emblem 8 had more interesting gameplay? Yeah, it's a little bit on the easy side. Wings of Light, thank you for stopping by today. Is Sacred Stones really one of the easiest games? You don't know if you should try normal or difficult. Your preferred difficulty in the 3DS games is usually hard. If you're playing hard on the 3DS games, you can absolutely play hard on Sacred Stones. Sacred Stones is quite possibly the easiest game in the series. Yes. 11 luck is scary. She's like Flora from Fates. Yeah, 11's actually pretty bad. That's why we had to work so hard to get her crit rate down. We did just give her a ton of stat boosters. Alright, so first of all, we have to think about what chapter we're going to do next. Part of me wants to try and do the Cynthia chapter, but it's very, very, very difficult. It's significantly harder than what we just did. The enemies have similar levels, but they are just like stronger all around. I wish Morgan supported with Severa. That would be so good. Ooh, this guy's blocking the rescue staves. That might be a problem. We don't have very many rescue staves left. We just used all of them. I was going to buy more after this chapter. We have 2 plus 4, and then we have 1 more in the convoy, which I'm gonna have somebody grab that so it doesn't get auto stacked. Oh, we have a full use rescue staff. Never mind. I thought there was another one. I think I took that one out of the convoy. Anna has it. Gotta be careful because you want to keep items out of the convoy so that they don't get auto-stacked, but then you also need them to be in the convoy so that you can actually get them. Because if Muriel's holding it, I can't get it from the convoy. Like in the middle of a chapter. Same with like this Killing Edge and Iron Sword, like that would have been pretty useful. The reason I put them in here is because I was thinking about forging them later, but that's actually not going to be needed. I did that a long time ago, and then I just kind of forgot they were there. Yeah, we can start putting all these items back into the convoy. Okay, so what chapter do we actually want to play? I really don't think we're going to be able to do the Cynthia chapter, especially without having access to any rescue staves. We could go pick up Morgan right now, get some more experience onto Severa in the meantime. That's an option. I don't think we can do either of these chapters. These two are pretty tough. These are among the toughest chapters. So we're probably not going to do either of those. Do we have any other paralogs available? I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, so I think it's just this. It's either this, Morgan, which is pretty easy, but for that reason I actually want to save Morgan so I can do it later, get some experience onto Cynthia and Noir. Probably it's chapter 17, I think. So the first thing I do is I go into the chapter. So if I'm doing item preps, the first thing I do is I go into the chapter. I'm going to look at the chapter. I'm going to see how many deployment slots that I have. You think Lucina and Severa have a support when they're siblings? Yeah, any characters who are... Well, they can't be siblings. Because Crom cannot marry Cordelia. But yes, Lucina does have support conversation with all of her siblings. but she can actually never support with Severa because they don't have a support naturally, and then they also can't be siblings. Okay, so it looks like we have just enough deployment slots to field every single unit that we want to bring, all the way from Crom to our newly recruited Severa. So that's really good. So we'll be able to field all of our units. So we don't need to think about cutting anybody. So once I know who I'm bringing, then I'm going to go through my units one at a time, and I'm going to make sure everyone has like standard items that I want them to have equipped. Before that, I'm going to check the map to see what enemy types are on the map. Like for example, this one has a lot of heroes with swords and axes. So this is kind of another chapter where swords are going to be a little bit better than normal. Because a lot of the enemies here have just swords and axes. There are no lance users on this map, which means a sword is going to have either a good or neutral matchup against every enemy. So all of our characters who can use swords should probably bring a sword. So we're going to restock all of our standard items. We're going to make sure everyone has 1 to 2 range, and we're going to give swords to people who can have them. So let's start looking at our inventory, see what characters are running low on supplies. We could restock this steel bow, and possibly the killer bow. No, if we want more killer bow charges, we're going to have to buy them. I don't like buying killer weapons. They're very expensive for what they do, and they're very strong in the early game, but they start to fall off over time. They can still be very useful later on, but because they're so expensive, I don't like buying them. So I'm going to hold off on replacing those spent killer bow charges. I might even try to pick something else up. Well, the thing is, Crom doesn't really need things from the convoy because he can take anything out of the convoy later if he needs it. So let's do this. I'm going to restock her steel lance. I'm going to restock her javelins. I'd like to restock her Elf Thunder Tome, which it looks like I can. Not as much as I would like, but it's better than nothing. The Silver Lance is fine as is. I believe there were mounted enemies in this map. Let me go back and check. Do I think I'll be able to get the physics staff on this map? I think I can get all the treasure chests. I have a really good strategy for this map that allows me to get all the chests. I will show that off. I don't know if I'm going to show it off today or if I'm going to have to show it off on the next stream. The one item I have trouble with is the Fortify Staff. So this has 5 charges, and when you kill Pharaohs, you actually get the Fortify Staff. The problem is, if there is ever any wounded enemies in this entire green range, even if it's just one enemy who's missing a few HP, she will use the Fortify Staff. So typically what happens is she ends up using all 5 charges before you get to her and kill her. But anyway, there are a lot of mounted units on this map, so I think it is worth bringing a Beast Killer. In fact, I'm going to check to see if I can one-shot these guys with a Beast Killer. Fortunately, I can't change Crom's starting position. Let me start on this side then. It should be fine. So I'm going to go into Sumi's inventory. I'm going to give her one of the Beast Killers. I'm going to give her the Forged one first. No, I'm going to give her the regular Beast Killer first. And then if I'm like just short a few points of damage, then I'll try with the Forged one. Or I'll do some calcs. So once again, this is not a real attempt. This is part of my process for like setting up my inventory for attempts. As I go through and I do all of this. Fortunately, she cannot reach the enemy. Is there any way for me to fix that? It's actually way more of a pain than it needs to be. Get over here. All I'm trying to do is just test to see if she kills this guy with the Beast Killer. I have to remember that I have +2 strength right now. So if it's close, it means the answer is no. It is close. In fact, well, no, actually, if I remove the +2 strength, I still exactly one-shot them. So I want to reset right now to confirm that. I don't know if I saved before testing, but it's fine. I saved after beating the last chapter, at least. The Fortify Staff. Yeah, the Fortify Staff I don't know about. That one's tough. Hello, Ashley. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck on this map. Thank you very much. We're actually maybe not going to do this map today. I'm not sure. I'm just setting up my inventory. Somebody asked me to show off how I set up my inventory off stream. So I'm going to show that off. Okay, let's try this again. So we should have exact lethal here. Yes, we do. Interesting. The problem is the most dangerous ones that we want to one-shot are the ones that have Arc Wind, and if they have Arc Wind and they have Vantage, then they'll just kill us anyway. Like, for example, this guy has Vantage, so even though we one-shot him, he's still gonna damage us anyway unless we get a dual guard. But, you know, that's not guaranteed to happen. Okay, so we know that Sumia can be set up with a... Sumia does have a setup that allows her to one-shot these enemies with an Unforged Beast Killer, which is going to be very useful utility for the remainder of this chapter. This chapter is pretty tough, even on regular Lunatic. I totally agree. I struggled a lot with this one on the very first time I ever did Lunatic with no grinding. I struggled a lot with this chapter. All right, we're gonna head back to the world map. So we have some ideas. Sumia's inventory looks good. Crom's inventory looks good. Lonku looks fine. I want to give him a more powerful bow if I can, but unfortunately I cannot. He still does not have C-rank bows. I could forge an iron bow for him. That's an option. I just got an influx of cash. But he's going to have steel bow access pretty soon. What about swords? I mean, there's probably nothing better than a silver sword. Yeah, honestly, his inventory is pretty much fine. Because there are a lot of sword users on this map, I'm actually going to give him the superior edge. So we're going to have Iron Sword for spamming, Silver Sword for damage, Superior Edge for the sword versus sword matchup. It's also good to have make sure every pair has a concoction, except for Crom and Sumia because they can get them from the convoy. We're probably going to go buy some concoctions because we're running pretty low on them. Noe's inventory should be fine. Can I restock this? No. I'm going to go buy her a bronze lance. In fact, I'm just going to give her the forged one. Is that fine? Yeah. The thing is, Lucina is going to be switching to Bow Knight. Or Archer. Sorry, a Bow Knight or Sniper. So she's not going to need to build her lance rank. And she's not going to get javelins anytime soon. Javelin access anytime soon. So I think this is better. This is better in Noe's hands. She actually hits very hard. She has 33 strength. Iron Axe, Killer Axe, Glass Axe, Hand Axe. I think this is fine. So we want to make sure one of these two has a concoction, which is going to be Lonku. Frederick can put this away. Oh, hold on a second. I want to make sure it doesn't auto stack. Okay, it's not going to auto stack. I'm going to give it to Muriel. Then I'm going to trade the 5 use over to her. She's not going to be using the physics staff here. She should be using the mend staff if I can find it. I think I don't have one. Okay, I'm going to go buy her a mend staff. Heal ward. Well, I almost want to buy another ward staff because we very much run out. We have 2 charges left on ours, and it's kind of useful. It's a lot more cost effective than pure water. I need some HP tonics. Should I buy this? I don't think I'm gonna. Well, actually, this map has a lot of casters. I'm gonna buy the ward staff now. I don't know. I'm really flip-flopping on this. Let me save it. Let me get all my other prep done first. I need a mend staff though for sure. Okay, she has Mend, Rescue. I'm going to buy her another Javelin to replace the one that she gave to Frederick. Actually, hold on. I might have a bunch in the convoy. I have a few in the convoy. I'm gonna buy more for the convoy. That way, if I have to replace in the middle of a chapter, I'll have some in the convoy, always. Why is Lucina going into a bow class? Is she going to be a backpack for someone? I think bows are really extremely strong in Awakening, and Lucina is also a very frail unit who does not have that much offensive firepower. So using bows, which can hit very hard and can hit for effective damage, and can prevent her from being counterattacked in many cases, kind of plays to all of her strengths as a player phase removal unit. Bows are just very strong in this game, especially on player phase removal units. And that's like the one thing that Lucina can do. Arch Linux asks, what is auto stacking? So when you put items into the convoy, if they're split up, they automatically stack up together. So if I put in like a rescue staff with 2 charges, and then I put in a rescue staff with 1 charge, when they go into the convoy, they will automatically merge together into a rescue staff with 3 charges. Typically, I don't want this. What I want is to have a bunch of rescue staffs with low uses so that I can spread them out across all of my characters so that everybody can be holding rescue staffs, rather than having a small number of rescue staffs with 5 charges each that I can make, like if I start to run out, I might only be able to have 2 characters each holding 1 rescue staff. Do I want to use Bow Knight so I can still use the Parallel Falchion? Not particularly, no. Silver Bow is just as good, if not better, than the Parallel Falchion. So that's one of the big reasons why Chrom and Lucina do so well in bow using classes, is because the Falchion and the Parallel Falchion, the only value they provide is effective damage against Wyverns, and bows give effective damage against Wyverns and Pegasus, so you literally lose nothing by switching to a bow using class. Cold Jolteon says that my Noe is a little bit slower than expected. I'm not sure exactly if I got unlucky with my speed level ups, or if her speed growth is just this bad. We can actually kind of make a little bit of a guess on that. So Noe, her growth rate in Manakete, she had 50-50 speed growth, and she gained 9 levels in that class. I don't know what her base speed is, but presume she should have gained 4.5 speed as a Manakete. Then, as a Wyvern Rider, she had 45, and she gained 10 more levels. So, hold on a second. 0.45 times 9 is 3.6. So 3.6 plus 4.5 is 8.1 speed. Then she has gained, as a Wyvern Lord, she gained 3 additional levels. So hold on a second, that's just 3 more. Well, so let me do this. It should actually just be 11 times 0.45. So plus 4.5. So she should have gained 9.5 speed from levels up to this point. About 9 speed from levels up to this point. And her base speed is, in Lunatic mode, she has Lunatic mode bonuses. Her base speed is actually only 4. Is that correct? Yeah, her base speed is only 4. So 9 plus 4 is 13. She's actually ahead on speed. She actually has 3 more speed than expected. So we did not get unlucky at all. We actually got very lucky. No, he's just a slow character. I'm not going to have a silver bow for a very long time. I guess not, but like I said, you're typically... I mean, bows are hard hitting anyway, and you're typically using them for effective damage anyway. So, I don't know. The Parallel Falchion is a lot better than the regular Falchion, I will say that. I think it's about as good as the Silver Sword. Yeah, no, he's just slow. Did I miss any other messages? Fluffy says Cordelia should also do good with the Beast Killer. Yeah, I'm probably going to give her one as well. We're kind of just working our way down. Alright, so who have we done so far? We haven't done Frederick yet. Frederick or Cordelia is going to need a concoction. Oh no, we did Frederick, but he doesn't have a concoction yet. I might trade out the Steel Sword for a Silver Sword. If I have one. If I don't have one, I'm probably not going to buy one. I have one. Yeah, he can use it. Just because Frederick's not going to be attacking very much, and when he does attack, we want him to be dealing as much damage as he can possibly deal. Javelin, Hand Axe, Silver Axe. He's not going to need a Hand Axe on this chapter, I don't think. Yeah, I don't really see the need for a hand axe on this chapter. I guess I should keep it just because, I mean, it's not really... The inventory space isn't really hotly contested. Does he have a concoction available? I actually want to auto-stack my concoctions, so let me do that really quick. Except for the one that Long Q's holding. Now I'm going to put these back in the convoy so they stack. Now Frederick should have a... Yeah, so now I have a bunch of 3-use concoctions. I can give one to Frederick. Cordelia is going to be paired with Frederick, so she's fine. Robin... where's my silver sword? I think I put it away somewhere. I need to get that silver sword back. Oh, that's right. I gave it to Frederick. So the reason I did that is because I'm gonna be using the silver sword with more charges. I don't need a steel axe. I need a silver sword more than I need that. Yeah, I want the silver sword with the full 30 charges. Now I need to make sure Saria has a concoction. I need to make sure she has a lot of tomes that she can use. At some point in time, I think either during a previous stream or off stream, I bought a bunch of stacks of the tomes that I plan to use a bunch of. Like I have a ton of Thunder. Well, not that many left anymore. I used to have a ton of Thunder tomes. I used to have a ton of Nosferatu tomes. Looks like I only have one stack left. But I did that so that I can just restock them from the convoy. I'll just buy more later when I start to run out. She needs to be holding a concoction. Lissa... Thunder, Fire... Heal... I'm gonna restock this. She is probably the best user of the physics staff. See, like, this is a good example. I have a 3-use physics staff. I can give this to somebody at some point in time and then have, like, 3 physics charges on a chapter. So it's better for me to just have Muriel hold on to those for now. And then I want to give her probably the 4-use rescue. Heal, Physic, Rescue. I think somebody asked for my opinion on the Ward Staff. I think it's pretty good in this game. Magic dealing enemies are quite dangerous. It is still expensive though, but it's cheaper than a pure water, and it also gives experience to your staff users, which is always a nice benefit. Libra's probably never going to be fighting anything, but I'll keep him equipped with those items. He definitely needs rescue staves. Unfortunately, all I have is a bunch of 1-use staves. In this case, I will stack 2 of these together just so that he has 2 rescues. I'm gonna go like that so that he has 2. Heal, rescue. I'm gonna give him the physics staff, maybe. Maybe I'll give him the ward staff. I don't know, I'm still not sure if I'm gonna need the ward staff. It's very good. It's very good. Especially in this chapter coming up, there's so many tome-using enemies. Is Physic better? I almost want to dump his hand axe. Or his Titania axe. Because he's not really ever going to be enemy phasing anything. Put these away. Henry looks pretty fine. He doesn't need anything. I could give him a concoction, but he can take, like, yeah, like this one. He doesn't need a full-use concoction. Lucina and Severa are going to require a little bit of inventory management. I need more men's staves. Yeah, I need a men's staff. Can I show you all the supports that I have so far? Sure. Crumb is married to Sumia. He's got A support with Frederick, and good support with Robin and Lucina. Sumia is married to Crom. She has supports with Frederick, Lucina, and Cordelia. Lonk is married to Noe. He's got support with Lissa and Sully. He was mostly relying on these two earlier on in the game until Noe joined, and then we started pairing them up. Make a pretty good team because she gives him a lot of strength and a lot of defense, which are the things that he's lacking. And he gives her a lot of speed, which is the thing that she's lacking. Problem is, like I mentioned before, Noe's not a great unit, but we're making the best use of her that we can. She's really only supported with Longku so far, although we've had her fighting together with Robin and Frederick. I'm surprised their supports haven't gotten any higher yet. She also supports with Saria, which I've tried to build a few times, She's probably like very close to the C support at this point. Frederick is married to Cordelia. Got good supports with Crom. He's just like all of my main units he's got supports with. Cordelia is married to Frederick. She's got not really many other supports. Robin has C support with Saria, A support with Kellum. We used that a lot earlier on. Crom, Lissa, Frederick, Virion, Rickon. No, we used the Rickon support earlier on too. Saria is married to Robin. Actually doesn't have any other supports, which is weird because she fought next to Frederick a decent number of times. And Lone Ku as well. Lissa is kind of just got like her support spread all over the place. We're eventually going to be marrying her to Henry. They just haven't really had that many chances to fight together yet, just because neither of them are really fighters. Libra actually doesn't have any supports yet, which is pretty funny. Olivia is slowly building supports with Henry. That's kind of funny. Why Henry of all people? She's probably just danced for him a bunch more than anybody else, I guess. Henry, Lucina. Not really very many supports here. We are going to be pairing her together with Cynthia. We don't have any Gen 2 male units that we had ready to use and available, so what we're going to be doing is just A rank supports between female units, which are pretty good. They're not as good as the S rank supports, but they're pretty good. They still give you the same amount of stats, but they give you a lower chance to dual strike and dual guard, which we will feel the difference. You think you heavily underutilize the ward staff because unit actions are often very important. Yeah, ward staff's really good. Rally too. Is there paralogs that are impossible like Namap or Tiki and Lunatic Plus? I don't think any map becomes impossible in Lunatic Plus, no. We'll get there eventually. I'm probably going to end up showing off every single chapter on stream at some point in time. It's just going to take us a little while to get to some of them. Some of them we're not going to do until we're at the very end of the game. Some of them we're going to do early on, like we did this so that we could get Severa so that we could add her to our team. Alright, let's go buy some men's staffs. Who needs it? Cordelia? She has one already. I think I bought it. I mean, I could buy some more and put them in the convoy, but they're not that important. Like, Libra and Lisa heal pretty effectively with the heal staff, just because they both have staff touch. I'll do this. Alright. Okay. Anything else I'm missing? Anything else I overlooked? Concoction there. Concoction there. I probably want another, maybe 1 or 2 concoctions in the convoy. And then I need to look at probably Lucina and Severa. Where do I get concoctions from? I'm gonna put 2 in the convoy. Enemies have strange aggression in the Tiki map, don't they? Yeah, the enemies in the Tiki map are a little bit weird. I know if you know how to exploit the AI, the map becomes a little bit easier. I don't actually know the exploit that well, personally. Am I going to do Apotheosis once I finish everything? I think so, yeah. I think my plan is to beat this entire game, showing, like, I'm going to show how to beat this game in a no-grinding context. Then, once I've cleared all of the base game chapters, I'm going to finish off any of the paralogs that I haven't done yet. And then after that, I'm going to do any DLC chapters that I haven't done yet. Like, especially like challenge DLCs, like ones that are meant to be challenging, rather than ones that are just meant to grind for experience. Clint Waukee says, it might not be impossible, but it's far beyond the point where you could use the units from those paralogs. Yeah, like some of the paralogs are pretty impossible to do like right away, but you could eventually do them at the very end of the game. But then like you're going to recruit a unit that's, you know, not usable at all, but you can still go in there to get free experience, gold and items and stuff like that. Res Tonic to help deal with Rexcalibur. I don't think there's anything we can do against Rexcalibur. You think Apotheosis requires grinding? Maybe, we'll see. As long as you have units with capped stats, you should be fine. And we could possibly cap all of our stats without grinding. They have very high stats. Yeah, the enemies have extremely high stats, but I mean that doesn't mean it's impossible. I mean, look at the start of the game. The enemies we had very low stats. The enemies let me put it this way. At the start of the game, I don't have any of these numbers right now in my mind off the top of my head, but let's just say at the start of the game, my character had like 10 defense, and the enemy had like 16, how do I want to say this? if my character had like 10 defense, the enemies would have like 18 strength. So like 18 over 10, that's 80%. So they have like 80% more stats than I do. At the end of the game, if the enemies have like 70 in a stat, and I have like 66 in a stat, or we'll even say 62, because that's the same difference. 62. That's only a 12% increase. So the enemies at the end of the game, when you're looking at stat caps, if the enemies have like a stat cap that's like 8 points higher, that's still only like a 12%, like 10% to 12% higher stats. Whereas at the beginning of the game, when the enemies had much higher stats than us, they actually had like significantly higher stats. Like they had almost double our stats, and we could still fight them. So I don't understand why people think Apotheosis is impossible just because the enemies have high stats. Like we have tactics to play around enemies with high stats. We have Dancing, Rescue Staves, Gale Force, Fair Skills, we have Critting, we have Dual Strikes, Dual Guards, we have all of our support bonuses. We have like a million things. Some of them have Dragon Skin. Apotheosis has been done without grinding. I can't remember which ones have Dragon Skin, if it's all of them or not. I haven't done it in a long time. I'd have to bring up the Apotheosis page, which is not really what I'm trying to do today. Although it is an interesting discussion. It's something that we're going to be doing like 4 months from now. It's like not even anywhere near like what we're doing right now. You've never played it, but you saw a screenshot of them having absolutely ridiculous stats. I mean, they're strong. They're strong, but stats aren't everything. Like, we have skills to counteract the stats. All right, let's look at our characters that we need to finish sorting inventories. Parallel Falchion, like I said, is about as good as a Silver Sword, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's even better. So we don't really need to give her a better sword. The Rapier is fine. We might even forge it for effective damage. I honestly think Rapier access is actually more important than Falchion access. But then, it's Lords only, so if I switch her over to a Bow Knight, she's going to lose access to the Rapier anyway. So yeah, I don't think forging the Rapier is a good idea, because she's not going to be in Great Lord for much longer. It would be a very expensive investment. She can't use the Superior Edge. She can't really use any lances effectively, because her strength is so low, and her lance rank is so low. Honestly, she just doesn't really have anything that she can do. I can give her a Second Seal now. A Concoction. And I have to give her a Bronze Bow. I'll even forge it. Like, a forged Bronze Bow is so strong. That's 15 damage. That's 15 might against the flyer, and you can push it even higher if you want to. I don't like to invest too much into the forged bronze bow though, because eventually you're going to get access to the iron bow, and then you're going to be using a forged iron bow, and so forth. But I think that's worth like 500 gold. Okay, let's look at Severa last. We want her to have a good assortment of swords and axes. So we want for sure a silver sword, because we know she can equip them. Actually, she cannot equip silver swords. Oh, no, she can. She can equip silver swords. Okay, so we want her to have a silver sword. Killing Edge might be a good idea, too. No. I don't think she needs 11 sword. I think she needs hand axe more than she needs 11 sword. I'll also give her the Superior Edge. Just so that she has the option. So we're going to do Superior Edge. I'm going to give her a silver sword for spamming. And I'm going to give her a... full stack of hand axes. Is there any good D rank axe that she has access to? Unfortunately not. The best option would just be like a forged iron axe. Oh, not only do axes have high might, but they're also very cheap. So they're also like pretty reasonable to forge, which I will show you right now. Hello, Astro Aura. Welcome to the stream. You asked earlier, but do I have any other important tips or mental checklists when equipping units? You'd love to learn how to itemize effectively in a Fire Emblem game without hitting the optimize button. That's actually what I'm doing right now. I'm optimizing the inventory for all of my units right now. If you want to see the full explanation, go back like 20 minutes on the VOD. If you watch the archive, about 20 minutes ago, I started prepping the inventory for my units, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now. So we're buying her an iron axe, we're going to forge it. And because iron axes are cheap, They also are cheap to forge. It's only about 900 gold to get a 9 might weapon that you can use at D rank. Now we need to buy her a silver sword, which there should be silver swords in one of the shops over here. I will go over all of the, yeah, here we go, silver swords here. I will go over everything, like the full thought process again really quick. I'll do like a full breakdown once I get my inventory sorted out. She also needs a concoction. Okay, do I buy a ward staff with my remaining money? I don't want to buy one yet, because if I have to buy something else, I don't want to be sitting on 0 gold. Alright, so I'm going to go into my inventory. So the first thing I do is I go into the chapter. So if I'm setting up, if I'm getting ready for a chapter, if I'm itemizing my units, I go into a chapter like this. I look at the number of deployment slots, and I pick all of the units that I'm going to bring with me. So that was the first thing I did. Once I've picked all of my units, I go through everyone. Well, before that, I check the map itself, and I look at the map to see the breakdown of enemies. So I know that there are going to be a lot of enemies with a lot of mounted units who are very dangerous. So I want to bring beast killers with me. I know that there are going to be a lot of sword and axe users, and no lance users. So I tried to give a silver sword to everyone who could equip a sword, so that I can beat the axe users and the sword users. And I'm trying to bring a beast killer with me on everybody who can use a beast killer, which reminds me I actually forgot to give one to Cordelia. So let me give her one now. I'm going to give her the forged beast killer just to make sure she gets these kill shots. She probably doesn't need the forged one. I can actually test. Let me test that really quick. I can test her out with the regular beast killer. So you go like this. Actually, she can... Yeah, we'll go over here. We'll kill this one. So if I ever need to test anything, I just test it out like this. I just put the units into position. Start the map. Run in. Attack. And the answer is yes, we can one-shot him with the beast killer. Our accuracy is not perfect. So now we know Cordelia and Sumia can guaranteed one-shot these enemies with the beast killer. We have silver swords on all of our characters for good matchups against the enemies, who are mostly using axes and some swords. We don't have to worry about any lances in this chapter. The next thing I do is I make sure every pair has a concoction. So like Crom and Sumia don't need one because they can access the convoy, but Lonku has a concoction, he's going to be paired with Noe. Frederick has a concoction, he's going to be paired with Cordelia. Saria has a concoction, she's going to be with Robin the whole time. Lisa and Henry, I'm not sure if they had one. Yeah, even Henry has one. The other characters don't really need one. I did give one to Severa, just because she's going to have to be doing a lot of fighting alone. She'll be paired with like Frederick and Cordelia and Robin, depending on who is available at the time. I also gave a second seal to Lucina because there's a good chance that she's going to be changing class in the middle of this chapter, and I also gave her a weapon to use after she class changes. Other than that, I just make sure everyone has like a fully stocked 1 to 2 range weapon, like a hand axe, an iron bow, steel bow, silver bow, killer bow, javelin, hand axes, tomes, fully stocked tomes, things like that. Make sure your staff users all have rescue staves equipped. Things like that. I'm going to give her the men's staff. Or the ward staff. Am I? Yeah, ward staff's fine, I think, on her. And I'll give her the backup rescue staff, too. It's a wonky decision. It means that characters will be able to get them from Olivia, but they won't be able to get them from Crom anymore, which is a little bit of a trade-off. But Olivia is more likely to be standing far in the back, and Crom is more likely to be deep in enemy territory. So it's going to be tougher for my characters to reach Crom. It will be easier for them to reach Olivia. Oleran asks if it's worth it to buy Anna stat shop boosters. I usually don't do it. I don't think I ever have. I can't think of one time that I've ever bought a stat booster from Anna. Water check. Oh, that was atrocious. Sorry about that. Chapter 7 is one of those maps that makes you wonder why they split them up into 3 groups. Yeah, that's a good question. They want you to be fighting on 3 fronts, but typically what I end up doing is just converging all my units together anyway. Should I give a second seal to Robin? That would be a good idea if they had inventory space. I don't know if I have inventory space to afford that. What would I put away to give them a second seal? I'm gonna put away the short axe, and then if I need it, I'll find out the hard way. Okay, now this is the tough part, is finding out the positions of all of your units. In most maps, it's not that difficult. In a map like this, it's very tricky because you have to figure out which unit needs to be in which group, and that is a much more difficult problem to solve, which is why I think we're not going to complete this chapter today. I will give it maybe 1 attempt, but this is something I'm going to have to do a lot of planning off stream to figure out which character needs to be in which group, and figure out a way to consistently clear this map. Hello, Ace Daybreaker. Welcome to the stream. You love Severa. You're so excited to see her in action today. She's going to at least get a little bit of action. We just finished recruiting her, but I will... I am going to do a little bit of playing on this map, a little bit of testing. We're not going to beat this map today, but we'll get to see Severa fight a little bit in this map. Alright, so let me think. Let me think about this. Unfortunately, Crom is stuck in the center too, which really sucks because that also means Sumia has to be stuck in the center, which drastically limits my openers. Maybe I put Lucina with her. I can do a double Gale Force skip on the left side. Who else would I want on the left side? What is the speed of the enemies like? 28, 28, 30. That's pretty high. Oh my god. She actually doubles everything without a rally speed. Lucina would need rally speed, though. Typically, I like to put my staff users in the center on this map, and then split up my other groups as needed. I could put Henry over here with Lisa. Okay, so typically what I like to do is have like one strong group and just have that group do everything, while the other group kind of mostly just like holds off the enemies on the other side as best as they possibly can. I'm gonna do that. Who else do I want over here? I want one more unit over here. Who's it gonna be? One thing I like about Fates is that they let you pair up the units before the chapter starts. I think that opens up so many more possibilities for strategy. This opener right here seems okay. Then I just need to start moving my other units over as fast as I can. This is probably not going to be the best opener, but it's the one I want to try out quickly. Rune and Katarina both have similar utility. I could drop one. I think the utility of Rune is that it's like an almost guaranteed crit. The value of Katarina's Bolt is that it's just very high damage. I actually don't care that much about the crit rate on Katarina's Bolt. I mostly only use it for guaranteed damage. Whereas Rune I use for like fishing for crits. So they seem similar on the surface, but they're actually a little different. Now, unfortunately, this guy spawned with both Pavis and Counter. So even if we hit him with the Beast Killer twice, it will kill him, but we'll probably kill ourselves in the process. Common Fates W, yeah, that's one of the changes I really like about Fates. I don't like all of the changes that Fates made, but I do like that change. It's a shame Fates doesn't have the option to randomize skills, even though you understand how much harder it would be to implement. Yeah, I wish they had like hard plus mode in this game, so it would be more accessible to casual players. And then they could also add like hard plus and lunatic plus to pretty much every other Fire Emblem game. So this enemy is going to be unfortunately quite difficult to remove, if not impossible. Maybe I can use Lucina. I would be able to if she was in the Archer class, but she's not yet. Let me reset. I'm going to reset. This guy has the worst possible skill. I typically don't do quick resets like in the entire second half of the game, but in situations like this where you have like one enemy and they have the exact worst possible skill, it's fine. You love an Awakening remake in the Fates engine. You don't know if that's the right word. Fates has your favorite combat of any Fire Emblem game. Personally, I would not want them to change it. I like Fates and I like Awakening. I like them each as what they are. I don't want Awakening to be turned into Fates, because then, I mean, we still have the original Awakening to play, of course, but I would rather have Fates and Awakening rather than just have Fates and then have Awakening, which is also just more Fates. And another thing is that the maps weren't really designed with Fates mechanics in mind. They were designed with Awakening mechanics in mind, so you'd have to remake all of the maps, which wouldn't be fun either. God, every enemy spawned with counter. Okay. I can still power through this, I'm pretty sure. You know what I should have done is put Cordelia here, so she could fly over and rally speed. I think that's gonna bite me. Yeah, hold on. I gotta reset one more time. I need Cordelia. 30 speed Valkyrie is pretty nasty. It's probably the top 3 annoying classes to face against an Awakening. Yeah, they're very fast and they have a ton of res. They're usually not that bad if you can just hit them with a Beast Killer, but if they spawn with exactly Pavis and counter, you can't really do that. Alright, this should work. This opener should work. So I'm just refining my opener. I'm checking which positionings are best. So from here, I should be able to rally speed for everyone who matters. Unfortunately, not Lucina. I gotta move Lucina up 1 square, possibly. Yeah, in fact, she's the one who needs rally speed. So hold on, I have to do that. Sorry for all the resets. There is a Fates mod in production that uses Awakening the Fates engines. Clint Wacky says bring back pair up and child units. Yeah, I think the child units add so much versatility and like strategy to the game, replayability to the game. Pair up is also really nice. I don't know which pair up I prefer. For a long time, I would have said that I preferred Fates pair up because it's more deterministic, but I've kind of come around to the idea that deterministic doesn't necessarily always mean better. I think Awakening pair up also does a lot of things really well. It does what it set out to do. It's not necessarily perfect, but it does what it set out to do. Okay. So these guys both spawn with counter. That's fine. I can deal with that. This I can deal with. What does this guy have? Counter, of course he does. All 3 of these guys spawn with counter again. I can actually deal with that. It just drastically limits what Lucina is capable of doing. That's the tricky part, is Lucina. Okay, I have to do this. $24. I'm just gonna go for Thunder here. Between the accuracy of Thunder and the high chance to dual strike, I think this is pretty, I mean, it's not guaranteed, but that's a pretty reliable kill right there. Okay, then I fly in, I kill you with the Beast Killer. No I don't, because I don't have the strength from the Crom pair up anymore. I can fix this. Gotta give her the Forged Beast Killer, I think. Possibly a Strength Tonic as well. It's good that I'm learning this now. So, we just learned through trial and error. This is literally what I do off stream, usually. Or sometimes. At this point, honestly, I've done this enough times on stream that it's not even just an off-stream thing. But this is how I fix my strategies for chapters. So I want the Forged Beast Killer. I'm not even going to bother to calc it. I'm just going to run it one more time and see if it's enough to kill or not. And then if it's not, I'll just give her a Strength Tonic. And then if that's not enough, then I have to figure something else out. It's going to be more tricky to remove this time. Start with this. Go here. Fortunately, we might need either two dual strikes or a crit this time. Okay, we got 2 dual strikes. Looks like I was right, by the way. That would not have killed unless I got 2 dual strikes there. Okay, now, should be able to one-shot this guy with the Beast Killer. Yes, okay. That procs Gale Force. Unfortunately, this guy spawned with counters, and this guy spawned with counters, so Lucina cannot fight either of them. What I can do is dance for this duo. This kill's not very reliable at all. So the tricky part is I have to deal with the fact that both of these guys have counter. Which means I would have to either kill them or drop them to low enough HP that I won't kill myself with counter damage. Yeah, okay, so like for example, Katarina's Bolt only has a 50% crit rate, and Ruin has a 70% crit rate. That's pretty big difference. I could fish for a crit here. I don't necessarily see how that helps me. Well, what it would mean is that on enemy phase, when this guy attacks me, there's a chance that I crit him, which would prevent me from hitting myself with counter damage. That's probably the better way to look at it. So if we're going to do that, we would also do this. For example, we could go here, try to crit this guy as well. And then if we remove him, then we only have to worry about the other guy. The problem then becomes that this enemy can run over and kill Olivia. I can possibly body block him, but then if I body block him, then he's... Well, actually, that's actually a good idea. Because if I body block him, then he's not going to attack Saria. He's going to attack the person who's body blocking. Let's try this. Got the crit. Got 2 crits, in fact. Okay, so now we're going to body block this guy with no weapons equipped. Correct. Yeah, we would kill ourselves with counter damage, so we can't enemy. Well, we could use Javelin. Can we? 23 plus 9 is 41. We actually would not kill ourselves, so let's do that. This seems a little wonky, but we're actually going to use the Javelin at 1 range. Because it has low damage, we won't kill ourselves with counter damage. And then this also gives us 2 chances to get dual strikes from Lucina. Now, this wouldn't have worked if this guy had pass, but if he had pass, then he wouldn't have had counter. So it just like balances out. Awakening Parrot rewards support building. Parrots become much stronger, while in Fates, the supports themselves play a very small factor. Yeah, it's more about the mechanics of like, if you want to be in guard stance or attack stance. You made a Laurent build that has 7 turns of immortality. He has Lucky 7, Quick Burn, Avoid +10, Armsthrift, and a Forged Levin Sword. You're pretty proud of your son. Child units in Fates are so dumb. They should just do like a 20-year time skip if they want child units. I don't care that much about the story, I'll be honest. The story doesn't matter to me in most games at all. Typically, if I want like a good story, I'll go read a book. I'm very much like gameplay focused, gameplay over story, which is interesting, especially for a series like Fire Emblem. I feel like Fire Emblem is split right down the middle. Like half of the people who play Fire Emblem only care about the story and don't care about the gameplay at all, and half the people like only care about the gameplay and don't care about the story at all. All right, let's see if there's anything we can do against these units. I can possibly enemy phase this guy. He needs to be someone who doesn't get doubled at 30 speed, which is a pretty tough ask. Lonku is the one. Yeah, Lonku's the one. Can he take 43 damage? Yeah, even with his low res stat. So then let's do this. I'm want Killer Axe crits if possible. Iron Bow. Need to move you out of the way. Well, hold on. If I stand here, this should cover the enemy so that he's in the range of Anathema. Then I'm also going to Rally Luck. Get Crom out of there. Now I need to start moving the other unit, my remaining units all to the left as well. If I do this, I can keep Lonku and Lisa next to each other for a support bonus. And then you can get just out of range of the enemies. Okay, let's see what happens. Yeah, they do go for Sumia. I am getting the dual strikes, and I'm not killing myself with counter. So that was probably the best play around we could have done. That was great. Could not have asked for more from Lonku. I can't wait till we get our first lethality proc. That's going to be so hype. Cold Jolteon says, shout out to reading books. If I want a good story, I'll go read a book, Chad. It just shows how good Fire Emblem gameplay is if people don't care about the story. Bad story would be a death sentence to many other RPGs. Yeah, the gameplay is so good that like you can absolutely play these games just for the gameplay, and it's very valid. It's extremely valid. Okay. Lonku can probably fight this archer. I'm almost certain he can. Which means if I move into this position and shoot at this guy with Lonku, he can then enemy phase the archer. Let me make sure. Oh yeah, certainly. And then this guy won't deal any damage to me either. And I'm also getting rid of an enemy. Lonku's so good. Okay, we really want lethality to trigger here. This would be an epic lethality proc. Got it. Oh my god! That was sick. That was about as good as it could. Lonku's really showing up today. We might beat this chapter today just on the back of Lonku being an absolute menace to the enemy team. Because now, like, he can just enemy phase this guy. So that's like one more enemy we're going to get rid of. And then this group over here is not going to reach us anytime soon. I need to look up the reinforcement order on this chapter, just in case we get that far. Next chapter... No, it's not going to be next chapter. It's going to be under here. Main story, Inexorable Death. If you did not leave a like on the stream yet, leave a like for Lonku. That's a Lonku like right there. Right on cue. Right on cue. I literally said that's what I wanted, and he got it right there. Okay. Okay, reinforcements start on turn 8, so we will worry about that later. The goal is to get up here and secure this room before turn 8. I have done it before. I know it's possible. It's very possible on Lunatic. It's harder on Lunatic Plus. If we can get up here and secure this room before turn 8, I think we'll be okay. Additionally, turn 8 enemies only spawn over here, so if you're a little bit behind, you have a little bit of a wiggle room. The problem is here, enemies start spawning here on turn 9, so you want to block these stairs on turn 9. Alright, let's start picking apart this group. This guy has a longbow. Okay, so I know the thing about the longbow guy is that you can draw him out on enemy phase and then kill him on player phase. Lonzu moment, Lon the goat. It's not luck if you call it. You like the Rev Sandbox gameplay? Faye says that she can't come back to more recent releases because she needs to have a good story to bring her back, unless it has been a few years. I literally just skip the cutscenes. That's like, I straight up skip the cutscenes, so the story just like does not matter to me at all. But I understand like for people that it does matter, but just for me it doesn't. Okay, this guy right here. I'm gonna do this. I think this is the best possible use of Robin right now. We don't need to kill that guy, we just need to weaken him, and we need to put Robin in a position that the longbow is going to target Robin from this square. That will allow me on the following turn to shoot over the wall and kill the guy with the longbow, so he's not harassing me for the rest of the chapter. It's a strategy I came up with a long time ago when I was doing my Vake run. Now we can give this kill to whoever. Could even give it to Lucina. In fact, let's give this one to Lucina and then this one to Sumia, which I think should be possible. Let me see if Lucina can get this kill. Survey says not super reliably. She doesn't die if she misses. If she misses, I have Olivia dance for her, and then I think we're okay. Does he have the physics staff? He does. That's not amazing healing, but it's better than nothing. Let's start with that. We'll get more healing later if we need to. Cool. Really good level up. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. We also have a chance to get a Steel Lance dual strike if our parallel falchion attack misses. Okay, we got him. Now Gale Force triggers. Now we go up here. This guy does not have Vantage. We're going to kill him with the Steel Lance. I think that's fine. Now I'm going to have you go up here and heal these two. Then I'm going to dance for you. Okay. Unfortunately, we didn't get rid of this archer yet, so he's still covering a lot of territory. There might not be any safe places for Sumia to stand. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, we'd have to fly pretty far into enemy territory, and then we'd still be in range of several archers. So that technique didn't really help us very much, but I guess, I don't know, it's better than just not doing anything. We gotta be very careful because we have to get all of these units out of here. I think this should work. Frederick cannot quite get out of range of the enemies. Who still targets him? Is it just the longbow user or just the bow user? I have a pretty strong feeling that this guy is going to target Frederick. I should have saved Olivia's action. That was a misplay. What's my speed? 22 versus 25. I feel like this guy's going to attack Frederick instead of attacking Longku. I really want him to attack Longku. Because he's going to think that he's going to... And this is only possible because he spawned with Pass. But he's going to think that he can miss Longku. Well, what about Severa? She's pretty fast, right? 26. She's going to have a hand axe equipped. She has 22 defense. Longku has a little bit more. I feel like Longku has a lot more avoid, though. 62 avoid versus 45, yeah. Is this worth the rescue staff? I don't think so. I'm just gonna let him attack Severa. So these two are gonna have to just stand here this turn. There's too many enemies with bows causing pressure. Nice dual guard. She does have dual guard plus, so that's, you know, moderately likely to happen. Especially because Frederick has very high defense. Okay, now we have to get out of here safely. There are several ways to do that, and it is going to involve using a rescue staff. This is one place where I love using at least one rescue staff charge, because you can pick the most dangerous enemy in this group, get rid of them, and then rescue your character back to safety. So this has like the dual purpose of getting your character back to safety and selectively removing the most dangerous enemy. Astro Aura says, what determines whether a unit is better as a swordmaster or an assassin? So because bows are so good and bow access is so good, I think assassin is better for most units, especially if they're going to be, especially if they're going to be enemy phasing, or player phasing. In fact, basically if they're going to be a lead unit, assassin is usually better. However, swordmaster gives really good speed bonus. So, I don't know, honestly, they give like pretty much the same pair of bonuses. Swordmaster is like slightly more speed. I feel like Assassin's just better. I feel like Assassin's just better on every character. You could make an argument for Swordmaster maybe as like a support unit, but then they're losing the value of bows, which is good on support units. So yeah, I don't know, I think Assassin's just better than Swordmaster, just flat out in this game. If you forge if I forge a tome, please name it the Holy Bible just for flex. Just for flex. Okay. Unfortunately, I doubt Sumia can get rid of this guy because she'll die. Yes, she'll take 57 damage. She cannot take 57 damage. What I can do is something like this. We're not particularly likely to guarantee this kill. What if I do this instead? Much more likely. Okay. Now we can dance for this duo. We have a Tomahawk user. Tomahawk user doesn't really scare me too much. Could potentially even have Crom fight him. 42 attack, 28 speed. We'll have enough speed with the pair up. How much attack did he have? 42. Yeah, there's no way he can kill us. Steel bow. What position is better for Lucina? I think here. So we're gonna go like this. Steel lance should be fine. We're gonna transfer Sumia over. Lucina can wait here next to her father, give him some support bonus. We're gonna rally speed for him. Hold on. I'm gonna rally speed after Saria moves, because I might be moving her into range of an enemy. Okay, now with fewer, now without the longbow user, this square right here becomes open. Unfortunately, I can't rally speed for both of them. Oh, it looks like her speed is already... No, her speed's not already rallied. That's just from Robin. Well, she doubles everything anyway. So I can fight a longbow, a hammer, and a silver bow over here. The damage is going to be 41 plus 43 plus 41. That's 125 damage. She's going to reduce that by 29, 29, and 29. Hold on, do they have Luna? Yes, Luna. Okay, one of them has Luna. So she's going to take an extra 15 damage. She's going to take 53 damage. She doesn't survive unless she uses Nosferatu here. I'm actually fine using Nosferatu here. Silver Sword. She doesn't need the speed as much as Crom does, so I'm going to rally for Crom. Okay, next we have to solve this problem. We have a couple rescue staff users available. We should have 2 at least. Yeah, 2 there, 4 there. Who's the most problematic enemy here? This guy's pretty dangerous, but I can always player phase him. This guy's dangerous. He's going to be less easy to player phase, so I might want to chip him down or get rid of him now. This guy will hit pretty hard. God, they're all pretty dangerous. This guy, it's not really well, honestly, he's pretty offensively dangerous. What about overlapping attack ranges? That's probably what I should worry about. If they're all equally dangerous, I should worry about overlapping attack ranges. Which means I should get rid of him. Actually, they don't actually have any overlap on any of these groups, so yeah, that doesn't matter. Okay, so I should get rid of him because he has Pavis, which means he might be annoying to get rid of later. It's better to get rid of him with somebody who I know can get rid of him. Or at least injure him severely. Yeah, I think that's good. Free concoction, that's nice. We were running out of those. Okay, we have to set up a situation. I would like to rescue Lonku into the very edge of this guy's attack range, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, here, here. So I want to rescue Lonku so that he drops into this position and the enemy phases this sniper. That should be quite easy to do. I'm going to do it with Lisa. Rescue Lonku over to this position. I'm going to set... Let me make sure everyone else can get away. Looks like they can finally actually get away this time. I'm going to rally luck. And then I'm going to put Henry here to give the Anathema bonus or debuff to the enemy. Nice. I also could have traded her back to a lance. Okay, we dual guarded against the most deadly of the enemy attacks, so Saria should be safe now. With or without Nosferatu, but we didn't know that she was guaranteed to survive, so using Nosferatu was smarter. That did not go well. That was pretty much as bad as that could have gone. Okay. Nosferatu tanking is so much harder on Lunatic Plus, guys. Both of the times that we've tried to Nosferatu tank, I just screwed it up and died. That went so badly. We dealt just enough damage, like, to deal as much counter damage as possible to ourselves without quite finishing him off. Because if we had killed him with that Vengeance proc actually screwed us. Because if we had killed him with that attack, if it had dealt enough damage to kill him, we wouldn't have taken any counter damage. But because it didn't deal enough damage to kill him, it just caused us to deal more counter damage to ourselves. Cell just joined the map. He says, "Hello, Ellery. I just joined the stream. How did the map with Severa go?" Really good. We got it done. Gable says, "Is this a test run, or will it be saved if successful?" If I succeeded, I would probably just keep it, but I had a feeling it wasn't going to succeed. This was not, like, we didn't really do as much prep as we needed to. Honestly, we did much better than I thought we were going to. I did not expect that to go so well. I think we already might have, like, the skeleton framework of a good opener. We just have to refine it on future attempts. However, I do not have the energy to stream for more than 4 hours today. So, sorry to Sal who just joined, but this is going to be it for today's stream. I'm not going to be streaming at all next week until Saturday. I'm not doing another midweek stream just because I did it. I did Wizardry Wednesday and Stall Saturday 3 weeks in a row. I just don't want to do that anymore. So I'm just not going to. So on Saturday, I'm going to stream more Awakening. On the following Wednesday, I'm going to be playing Fire Emblem 4. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be playing Fire Emblem 4. And then on the next Saturday, probably Awakening or Conquest or something. I'm not sure what yet. Vantage would be good on this NOS tank. Vengeance is likely to screw you over if you have Vantage. Don't know if that matters. I'm trying to think of how that would matter. Soul plus HP 5 Sophie build. HP plus 5 is a pretty good skill. I wish they had it in this game, but also in this game your HP values are higher anyway, so it's not as valuable. It's really valuable in Fates because the HP values are so much lower. Let's see. Let me close the poll. Till next time, says Gable. Cia says X. Cell says no worries. Oh, hold on a second. I think there was one person who I didn't call out yet. What did that say? Bulk? Blank? Oh no, Blank, sorry. I've already been chatting with Blank. I thought there was somebody in chat whose name was Bulk, who I missed, but that was just Blank. I don't even know who Bulk is. I don't know what that is. Is that a Fire Emblem streamer? The name sounds vaguely familiar. Vantage lets you heal before the enemy hits you, so you get enough damage from Vengeance that you one-shot. The thing is, Nosferatu heals you before you deal damage anyway, so it usually doesn't change the calculations, but I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it actually works. Hey me, Mike. Thanks for being here today. Fluffy says it was a fun stream. Red Watcher says the sniper had hit plus 10, hit plus 20, and Hawkeye just in case. Yeah, that's one of the funny things about Lunatic Plus skills, is like sometimes they pull like Hawkeye on top of like bonus accuracy skills, or like sometimes enemies will get Aegis on top of Aegis Plus, and it doesn't do anything. It just guarantees that Aegis will trigger. It doesn't give you like an extra chance to like double Aegis trigger or anything like that. You just trigger Aegis twice. Oh yeah, and I should probably mention, I don't know who came to Millie's stream, which I think was on Tuesday, but she definitely wants to stream again. She wanted to stream on Thursday, but I told her no because I wasn't ready, which was pretty funny. I don't know when I'm gonna see her again. I don't think I'm gonna see her today. So I'm probably gonna see her on Sunday, but we're not gonna stream on Sunday. I'll figure out what days she's working next week, and then we'll schedule a stream in advance. She's playing not Fire Emblem. She's playing Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past for the first time. This is actually our first game that she's ever played. It's really funny. I got so much enjoyment just out of watching her just like walk into walls. Did you notice when she was playing, she kept walking into the wall? Like she, let me view the map really quick. Like if she was trying to, this is not Legend of Zelda, this is Fire Emblem, but like if she was trying to walk through this corridor, instead of walking through it, she would always go like this. She would like walk into the wall and then like walk up against the wall when she was walking. I don't know. It was very funny. Tricky says, in this instance, I would survive the sniper if I had... Oh, yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, it does help you. I thought you were just talking about the matchup against the enemies with counter. Yes, it does help me against the next enemy who attacks me. Because the next enemy before they shot me with the longbow, I would have used Vantage. However, in this specific case, it wouldn't have mattered because the enemy had a longbow equipped. So, sorry, I would not have been able to counter them. This is making me think that I want to turn Robin into a sorcerer, though. Hero's pretty good. It offers a lot of advantages, but I feel like I need Robin to be the one using Nosferatu because they have Vantage. I don't have it equipped right now, but Robin does have Vantage. We got them Vantage for specifically this reason. I don't know what I'm gonna do, guys. I'll think about it before the next stream. You know what? In fact, I think next week might be Conquest. That will give me 2 weeks to practice this chapter and come up with a very reliable clear. But in any case, that's going to be it for me. I might be playing some tabletop gaming with my friends tonight. We'll see about that. But for now, enjoy the rest of your day.